Only thing I need to do right now is swap over the HDMI so not only everybody else can see it, but I can see it too. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Oh, black screen. Black screen is not good. There we go. I was today years old when I learned that Russia didn't wipe out all their indigenous groups. Very cool. At the very least, not wiping them all out is the least that you can do. Overwatch? Overwatch? Is that what we're playing?
No. I don't know how to play Overwatch.
You point and shoot.
That's complicated.
That seems loud.
I can't hear anything.
That seems very loud.
Didn't seem loud to me.
Huh. Must have just been loud to me then.
Probably.
Cool.
Now I can hear it. Very industrial.
Can you still hear it?
No.
Okay. Now?
Yes. Yes.
Very loud?
Fine.
Okay. We'll go about that. Look at me with my audio levels and shit. Legitimate streamer.
You gotta still debrief.
Yeah, I know. I'm just adjusting. Don't want that knocked off. That would be very bad. Boom.
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
Don't talk to me. Ugh. Ugh.
But you gotta debrief with Caden.
Yeah, no. I'll do it. Don't worry.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted right out of med school. Earth
Is
was
this what
too
you meant?
boring to me. Too safe. Too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the
Sounds
stars,
racist.
tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined.
Wow, you mean the
Humanity
military
needs the Alliance.
romanticized
They
its
want
own
to keep
experience to get you to
expanding
join?
through the
No
The
way.
Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
Okay.
No
so,
regret.
I think you made the wrong choice.
So the
Sometimes I
people
think
you
about
actually need to
private
talk
practice,
to are your squad.
or maybe
Yeah.
taking
But you can still talk to Chakwas
out in the
and
colonies.
Joker if you want.
There's something
Uh.
special about working on soldiers.
They don't have as much
If I
to
left
say
the
though.
Alliance now, I'd
Okay.
feel like I was abandoning them.
But Chakwas and Joker in all 3 games, so you'll
I
be
should
very
know.
familiar with
Goodbye,
them.
Commander.
Okay.
Also, those lockers that she's next to, you can edit your team's loadouts.
Neat.
Maybe not on those. Maybe they're downstairs, which would suck, because then it's more inconvenient. If it would be convenient if they were there, but they might not be.
Why did that open?
Because it was just a secret chest.
After what happened to Jenkins, the crew could use some good news. They'll be glad to hear you're okay.
You're not assigned to this ship.
Captain Anderson had me transferred to his command. Must have figured I knew what I was doing.
You have a problem with me, Chief?
You questioned my competence through the entire mission.
Best way to stop that is to show me you're competent. But I don't remember inviting you to come back to the ship with us.
You didn't. Captain Anderson did.
Okay, this is already isn't looking good with your relationship, huh?
Oh well.
I think we got off on the wrong foot, Williams. Maybe we could start again.
I'm
Maybe
not
she
one to
shouldn't be
hold
a
a grudge.
cunt.
I think we're all looking to put
Impossible.
behind us.
Ashley
pretty
is
rough down there.
literally
Are you okay?
the worst. The worst. She's a fucking Christian
To see
racist.
you wiped
Awesome.
out. And you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
Dead Marines, dead colonists. And
People
the
say
enemy
Jacob
still-
in the second game is worse. Fuck off.
You saved a lot of lives, Commander. It might be hard to keep that in perspective with what happened to Jenkins.
You don't even know who Jenkins is, bitch.
I'm not looking for a shoulder to cry on, Williams. Just stay focused on your job.
Understood, ma'am.
Damn straight. I was told by the right wing that I would have animated ass cheeks in my face the whole time. Why do I have to angle the camera up
You didn't talk to
to
Kate.
get ass? Huh?
Commander, I'm glad to see you're okay. Losing Jenkins was hard on the crew, and I'm glad we didn't lose you too.
Things were pretty
That's
rough.
nice.
Yeah, you never get used to seeing dead civilians. Doesn't seem right somehow. But at least you stopped Saren from wiping out the whole colony.
I couldn't have done it without you.
We're Marines. We stick together. And I'm just sorry that we lost Jenkins.
Yeah, I wish I could have done something to save him.
I was there. You did everything right. It was just bad luck.
Uh-huh.
It's been a hell of a shakedown cruise. Our first mission ends with one Spectre killing another. The Citadel Council's not going to be happy about that. Probably use it to lever more concessions out of the Alliance.
There's something big coming. I don't want anyone messing it up. You
We
hear
don't
me,
trust
Lieutenant?
authority here.
5 by 5, ma'am. Is there anything else before we head ashore?
No, Caden's awesome. I mean, he's not like the coolest character,
Mm.
but like
Concerns
he's a
and
human.
You don't want to get a rep.
He's
for-
not terrible,
Yeah,
and he doesn't outshine you.
fair enough.
Like he knows his place. He's no Sergeant Johnson.
Is that it?
Yeah, you can just go to the cockpit. Sorry, flight deck. That's the elevator that you don't want to take
Whoops.
because it takes forever and nothing's down here right now.
Awesome. Oh,
After
well.
every mission, though, you'll have to do this to talk to Rex until you get his loyalty.
That wasn't that bad.
Yeah, there might be a trinket down here you can pick up.
Looks like a
You
thing.
know? There you go.
Huh?
Yeah, see, you can edit their loadouts, which would be convenient if it was next to the galaxy map,
Yeah.
not down the slow-ass elevator. You want the best pistol, but I think that you already have it.
Mm.
And he can only use pistols. So don't even give him an assault rifle.
Yeah.
But Caden's great because like he has all support abilities.
What the fuck?
Ashley is just a soldier. So
Oh, what's down here?
eventually Tali will be down here. But this is the engine room. That's the engine.
Cool. Looks neat.
Yeah, it's a Mass Effect field.
So what, you put it around the ship?
It's just the magic energy that makes the science fiction of the game go.
Yeah, okay. It's the MacGuffin.
Everything that needs to be explained, Mass Effect.
Yeah, it's the MacGuffin.
Well, a MacGuffin would be like a key that you carry around that needs to unlock a gate,
Or a magical engine that just pushes you through space.
or like a briefcase that you open and it glows,
Sure, okay.
or a pile of money that someone is hunting you down for.
Sure. I thought it was literally just the thing that progresses the plot.
It's a plot device. It's commonly done.
Good
badly.
time, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work.
Yeah. That's cool. What the fuck?
What?
It's just a cloud?
I mean,
Look at the size of that ship.
The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower too.
What's the what's the
Look
ship?
at
That big
monster.
thing?
Its main gun could rip through the
yeah, it's the flagship
Good thing
for
is
the Citadel.
The one that looks like a
Citadel control. This
one
is
of those
SSG
metal
Normandy.
things that they put on beaches during war.
I was gonna say it looks like a whale shark.
Roger, Alliance Tower. Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
The Normandy is also one of the coolest ships in sci-fi.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
This is an outrage. The council
Oh,
would
boy.
step in if they get
Ambassador
attacked.
Odina.
Turian colony.
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action.
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
Udina's a complex character.
The council doesn't want to do anything.
Who?
They won't stop
The
Saren.
ambassador.
Okay.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not hers.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing.
For the hearing.
Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
This is really the best mission, honestly.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Yeah, based.
So,
But I
there
hear
is-
Clifton say that all the time, and then they go saying, "Oh, I'll vote for Donald Trump."
there is something. Yeah, she's one of those people. There is some things, missions they're going to give you that you do not have to do. Like, it'll be like, you scan all these aliens. And it's just like a fetch quest type thing that really gives you nothing.
Okay.
But, you know. So a lot of the stuff you'll be able to complete.
Okay.
But like
I need to remember which.
a few of the missions they give you are so boring.
Yeah. Okay.
Like find 20 bugs. And then what do you get for it? Just experience.
Awesome.
But it's like, you know, as you come across bugs, you can be like, oh, there's one, and you get some XP. But it's like, fuck completing it.
Cool.
I understand.
Yeah, you're not trained with shotguns.
These allegations are very serious. This is serious.
Yeah, go talk to him.
Oh, I was trying to remember how to
Please greeting.
put it away.
Human, it is always good to see your kind. I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
Aren't they great?
What do you do here?
Modestly. I work to bring the
I don't know what the
problems
fuck
and
is
the
happening.
requests of the L-Corps groups to the attention of the Council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet. The Council doesn't care about our race.
Is that a mole man?
Outstanding rebuke.
They're actually more like the Jews
Yeah.
of
Oh my
this
God.
universe.
The human is not to blame for your malcontent or your misconceived suspicions.
That's funny.
Tell me more
But
about
when I say Jews, I mean like
You
the
wanna be
stereotypes.
Yeah. Okay.
I delight in telling the history of my
goblin-y.
people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
I'd like to know more about the culture of the Al-Corps.
Frankly, we L-Corps prefer the safety and familiarity of our own colonies to the confines of space
No,
travel.
that was.
Our society is built on small, tight-knit
I
groups.
forgot.
Though we are always welcome
I'm the extra
to
camera,
outsiders.
and you
Our
guys are actually
government
hearing me
tends
through
to
the
be very
stream.
stable. Our people are not very comfortable with sudden changes.
Aren't these guys cool though?
That sounds.
what
That
I
sounds like
understand
a bad.
No,
being
what he's
being
talking
rigid
about.
and unable to change seems like a bad
No,
evolutionary.
What he's talking about is so on the Al-Corps planet, the gravity's insanely high. Like
Mhm.
you'd be crushed there as a human.
Okay.
So that's why they're kind of slow and stuff. So they have trouble adapting to new places, so they can be grumpy.
Fair enough.
So and then because of their speech, people don't really like vibe with them because they speak so slow because of the gravity and stuff. So they kind of like only can like express themselves properly to other L-Corps. So they
that's
literally they can speak our language, but we can't speak theirs.
Interesting.
Tell me about the history and origins of the L-Corps.
The L-Corps were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us. With their help,
You can still hear me.
we
I'm just
discovered the
off the camera
relay
at the moment.
closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one lifetime we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
No shit. Interesting.
Yeah, they're cool.
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements.
Huh.
Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the feelings of our conversations to other species.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our ways.
Remorseful response, Din. You don't truly believe that, and if you do, I am very sorry for you.
I think that's it.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
See you later.
Sincere
Hey, look,
farewell.
another one.
Hello there, human.
Hello there.
Sincere
human.
apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
You seem distressed. Is there something I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you? This is all
Alarmed
for
response?
Asari, and it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started.
Oh, the Asari consort.
Who's this Asari consort?
Curious, you have not heard. You must be new to the Citadel. Everyone knows Sha'ira, the consort. I cannot speak more about this problem. It is too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
Where can I find this Asari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot. Good day, human.
Can they stand up on their back legs? They seem like they should be able to.
They might be able to.
This seems very uncomfortable for them.
Well, that's how they developed. So, like, they talk about how, like...
What the fuck is that?
I told you, that's the bugs.
Cool.
You found one. Talk to the mole man. They apparently fight wars with big cannons.
You
on
are in the
their backs.
wrong place, I think. Your ambassador is next door in the large office.
Chastising remark. Don't be so rude, Dan. At least introduce yourself.
I am Didnyankow, Volus ambassador. Is there something I can do for you, Earth Clan?
You seem to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, Din.
You humans are new to the Citadel, and yet the Council has granted you great favor.
Yeah. Sorry that your species worthless.
Species has always been granted many.
But actually, in the multiplayer for the third game, you can play as them. They're really good engineers.
Interesting.
Details. We still have no real say in the decisions that affect Citadel space.
Yeah, because you suck.
What is this place?
You are in the embassy for the Volus and the Elcor.
Your ambassador is next door, in his own office.
In this shared space, I aid my fellow Volus when I'm not being interrupted.
What an asshole.
I'd like to know more about the Volus.
I'm sure our history and culture would bore you, Earth Clan.
You'd surprise me, cunt.
Actually, I would like to know more about your history.
Exactly. Fuck
My
yourself.
people came to the Citadel shortly after the Asari and Solarians had discovered it. We were instrumental in establishing a standardized galactic economy. However, despite our long association with the Citadel and our many contributions to galactic society, we still do not hold a seat on the Council.
Very interesting.
Tell me about Volus culture.
We are tribal by nature, but our ways are not violent. We barter and trade our lands and tribe members in order to increase status. Larger tribes often engulf smaller ones and eventually split again. Our society is very malleable, and our government is always shifting and changing.
Interesting.
Since we're not physically adept, we trade our services for protection.
What is it you do here?
I look out for the best interests of the Volus people. No easy task considering how often we are overlooked by
This
the
guy
Council.
seems very shitty.
Think about it, though. Right?
The
Like,
Council
these people have
favors
been
your
here longer than
species
humanity.
You are
And
nine.
there's still only 3
The Earth
species on the Council making
Council long
decisions for the
before
entire space system.
No, that is true. So
Like,
why do those three retain those positions, and why do those three not allow expansion? Is it purely a lust for power, a greed that they will lose what they've got?
If they are like racist and don't think the other species are good enough.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
They're
Leninism.
also like the first ones to find the Citadel.
Yeah.
So they kind of like formed their own power, and then, but that's the thing is, it's like the planets and stuff still have their own governments.
Mm.
You know, so like
Yeah.
the Council is really just like taxes and tariff shit.
Yeah. I need to turn it back up.
Why aren't the Elcor or Volus part of the council?
Good
All
question.
species must prove themselves before they join the council. All but the Earth clans, it would seem.
Dismissive. Ignore the Volus ambassador, human.
He is a
He is
racist.
incorrect in his assessment.
Really? How long have we been waiting? How long do you think we'll continue to wait? Bah, this talk is wasted on the humans.
Well, you know, cunt, if you weren't such a cunt, maybe when the humans got on the council, people generally, humans generally have a sense of empathy. Generally. Maybe suck up to them would be a smarter idea here. That's just my initial assessment based off the amount of game that I've played so far.
Wait until you meet the Vorcha. I don't think they're in this game.
They're just gigantic cunts.
Yes. Good day.
No, they're treated like rats.
Oh.
Like literally like vermin.
Very cool. That ain't it. Is it downstairs or is it up there?
Yeah, downstairs. Just letting you get to know the map. There's nothing on your right, okay? That there may look like there's a door there, but it's not.
Okay.
So across the hall here, there's some more side quests. Like to your right and up the stairs.
What a weird looking motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a Solarian.
Greetings and welcome to the Presidium. My name is Avina, and I am pleased to be your virtual
Look, it's,
guide throughout this level of the
Cortana
Citadel
Ripper.
space station.
No, she's a VI.
So are you a person or a program?
I am a fully interactive virtual intelligence, programmed to provide spontaneous guidance at predetermined locations of interest throughout this level of the Citadel. I may also be contacted through any of the Presidium VI terminals, should you require assistance.
Dude is talking through the directory right now.
I'll pass.
I apologize
around, though.
if you found my service.
Don't go over here yet. There's more. There's some stuff
information
behind
writing
you.
for the Citadel Tourist and Visitor Board.
Up there.
Have a nice day.
Like across the hall, up the stairs.
Hey, what's
It's
over here?
important stuff though.
Hey, a car.
That's your warp. You can warp wherever you want in the Citadel. As you discover places. It's just fast travel.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
Weird.
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Safiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the embassies.
You seem to be distracted.
The embassies are the hub of all Citadel politics. When you represent trillions of citizens, it tends to get a little busy.
True. Okay.
I should be going now.
You're boring.
Have a pleasant day.
Yeah, not that way. The other way. 180. There you go. I think Ashley will actually give commentary on this quest too. They're just filler. Okay, we checking if we can clip through.
Yes. No.
You can't see the eyes in the empty skull though.
Are you all disturbed? Oh, not that one. Kill that bitch. Look, another bug. This doesn't seem like my own room.
I can't believe I landed a job here.
This place is fantastic.
You could touch that terminal for something.
Human, delighted,
Light it up.
welcome. It is good to meet you.
You too, slow talking there. Okay, that did nothing.
Yeah, across the hall from here is the mission.
Commander Shepard, I didn't expect to see you here. Did Ambassador Udina send you?
I go where I want.
Nobody sends me anywhere. I just need some information.
You humans are always so curious, always sticking your fingers into someone else's pie. Is that the right expression?
I like pie.
Never mind. Forget I asked. Was there something you needed, Commander?
I get the feeling you're not too fond of humans.
No, I just don't trust your kind. Not yet. You humans are eager to take all the power you can get.
True.
And you're being given a lot. If the Council wants to make humanity their new favorite pet, that's their business. But I don't have to like it.
The Council treats us like second-class citizens. We have to fight for everything we get.
Good. Then fight for it. But don't expect the right to take it. I'm a busy man, Commander.
He straight up said, boo-hoo, bitch.
What do you know about the Spectres?
They're the right hand of the Council, or so they like to be called. More like the underhanded side of the Council.
What do you have against the Spectres?
I can't abide any organization that considers itself above the law, especially when it's left up to each individual Spectre to decide when and how to bend the rules.
Sometimes you have to bend the law to keep people safe.
I've been with CSEC for 30 years. I've never had to break the law to do my job, not once.
Yeah, right. You expect us to believe none of your officers are corrupt?
There are over 200,000 CSEC agents. Some of them are going to be bad.
I like this guy.
But we don't turn a blind eye to corruption like the Spectres
He's
do.
a cop.
We do our best to find and punish any officer who breaks the law. Spectres.
Executor.
They'll never come under that kind of scrutiny.
The galaxy needs people like that.
This whole game is fucking cops. What are you talking about?
But they need to be held to a
No,
higher.
CSEC is literally cops, though.
Saren's out of control.
Not military.
But because he's a Spectre, the Council doesn't want to do anything about it. Is that the kind of person this galaxy needs?
But not all Spectres are like Saren.
True. But the potential is always there.
This is also true. Why is this guy a cop?
Tell me about CSEC.
CSEC provides necessary police and security services throughout the Citadel.
Okay.
We're a civilian government agency, though many of our members have had military training. Of course, as the CSEC representative to the Council, I spend most of my time liaising between the two.
Fake cop.
Tell me about your
He's a
investigation.
union cop.
Sorry, Commander.
He's the head of the police union, the worst kind of cop.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
I think there's somebody, like
I
an
don't have time
Earthman
to talk
here you
now.
can talk
I'm
to.
very busy.
Can't believe the room. What do you want? Oh,
Oh,
Commander.
Conrad. No,
Is
it's
there
not.
something I can do for you?
Relax, Private.
That's
This
not
isn't an inspection.
Right, sorry.
You wouldn't
What
want to
can I do
inspect
for
the
you, Commander?
private.
What can you tell me about the Asari consort?
Well, she's an Asari who works here as, that is, she helps people with things.
You never went to see her,
Stuff.
did you, Fredericks?
No, I never did. I couldn't afford it. It costs half a year's credits just to go in and talk to her.
Can you at least
Sounds
tell
like
me
your
where I can
problem.
find her?
Sure. She's across the bridge from the embassies.
Thanks, kid. Have fun. Try not to get into too much trouble.
I will. Have fun, that is.
Bug. Can I kill Bug? No. I can shoot in the Citadel, though. Neat. Where are the cops? Shit cops.
There's somebody in there who needs their wife's body recovered, and it's getting tied up. They're like not giving her body back.
Fun.
They're like on the balcony in that lounge.
Dead. Apparently not.
No, it's like out back. You know, like back there.
Yeah, I don't care. Where the fuck do I go? What the fuck is going on? Where the fuck is this office?
What office are you looking for?
Why? Oh, I have to go to the fucking...
You go right out of this door.
What the fuck do I have to do? What is
Go
the goal
right.
here?
There's the stairs. You didn't get the mission that you went over there for, but that's fine. Just touch the car.
That one. Hell yeah.
Maybe now he'll spawn. Maybe it's after the Citadel where you get the guy's body. Oh boy, elevator.
Locked.
The council isn't going to ask me any questions, are they?
I doubt it. We've made our reports. Now we just have to trust Ambassador Udina.
No, we don't, sir.
Oh, look,
Sure.
it gives you a skip.
It did.
Because it loads faster now.
Mhm.
Look at that bug thing over there. What's it doing?
Please do not disturb the keepers.
Shut up, bitch. I'm just gonna follow the arrows.
That was the like tower though that you were in.
Okay.
It's like over here somewhere. Is this it?
No.
This way. To what? I can't read. Wards?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. We'll go back the way you came. You don't want to go to the wards.
Why not?
Mission, because the mission isn't over here. You have to go talk to the council.
Well, the mission is nowhere, apparently.
That's where you just were. You left the building it was in, I think.
There was nothing there. I went everywhere.
No, you didn't.
There was
You're going the wrong
literally
way.
nothing there.
They probably just started you where you were facing the exit. Because it's stupid.
I went through the entire building.
What does this say? Citadel Tower?
Yes.
Okay. Pretty sure that's where you have to
How you
go.
holding up, Lieutenant?
Not too bad. No headaches worth mentioning lately. Maybe I'm getting used to the strain.
Maybe you've just...
You don't want to hear about his headaches?
No. I have my own problems.
Yeah, it literally just started you in the wrong direction.
Excellent.
Saren's hiding something. Give me more time. Stall them.
Stall the council. Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is over, Garrus.
Commander Shepard, Garrus Vicari. I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren.
Come across anything I should know about?
Saren's a Spectre. Most of his activities are classified. I couldn't find anything solid. But I know he's up to something. Like you humans say, I feel it in my gut.
I think the council's ready for us, Commander.
But you have a gizzard.
Maybe they'll listen to you. You don't want to keep the council waiting.
Would you put it in his cloaca?
No.
You can if you want, though.
Sure.
He's down for it. He's one of the most popular romance options for women players.
Oh, really?
All won't be joining the council.
You can't do it in the first game, though. Don't touch that.
Hearing's already started. Come on.
And you're like, sorry, you got stuck in a hallway. I was running in circles for 10 minutes.
The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way.
The investigation by Citadel Security turned up no evidence to support your charge of treason.
An eyewitness saw him kill Nihilus in cold blood.
We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof.
I resent these accusations. Nihilus was a fellow Spectre and a friend.
That just let you catch him off guard.
Captain Anderson, you always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me. And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard, the one who let the beacon get destroyed.
You're the one who destroyed the beacon, then you tried to cover it up.
Shift the blame to cover your own failures, just like Captain Anderson. He's taught you well. But what can you expect from a human?
Saren despises humanity. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Your species needs to learn its place, Shepard. You're not ready to join the Council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres.
He has no right to say that. That's not his decision.
Shepard's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting.
This meeting has no purpose. The humans are wasting your time, Counselor, and mine.
You can't hide behind the Council forever.
There is still one outstanding issue. Commander Shepard's vision. It may have been triggered by the beacon.
Are we allowing dreams into evidence now? How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony?
I agree. Our judgment must be based on facts and evidence, not wild imaginings and reckless speculation.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Shepard?
You've made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
The Council has found no evidence of any connection between Saren and the Geth. Ambassador, your petition to have him disbarred from the Spectres is denied.
I'm glad to see justice was served.
This meeting is adjourned.
So the Asari, they like basically take on different appearance depending on who's looking at them.
Okay. It was a mistake bringing you into that hearing, Captain. You and Saren have too much history. It made the Council question our motives.
I know Saren. He's working with the Geth for one reason. To exterminate the entire human race. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control is in danger. Even Earth isn't safe.
Tell me about this history between you and Saren.
I worked with him on a mission a long time ago. Things went bad. Real bad. We shouldn't talk about this here. But I know what he's like. And he has to be stopped.
What's our next step?
As a Spectre, he's virtually untouchable. We need to find some way
Is he
to
bulletproof?
expose him.
What about Gareth?
He does have shields.
Investigator. We saw him arguing with the executor.
You'll
That's
have to
right.
overload him
He was
first.
asking for more time to finish his report. Seems like he was close to finding something on Saren.
Any idea where we could find him?
I have a contact in CSEC who can help us track Gareth down. His name is Harkin.
Forget it. They suspended Harkin last month, drinking on the job. I won't waste my time with that loser.
You won't have to. I don't want the Council using your past history with Saren as an excuse to ignore anything we turn up. Shepard will handle this.
You can't just cut Captain Anderson out of this investigation.
The ambassador's right. I need to step aside.
I need to take care of some business. Captain, meet me in my office later.
Interesting.
conflict of interest.
Harkin's probably getting drunk at Cora's Den. It's a
Okay.
dingy little club in the lower section of the wards.
Maybe there's another way to find evidence against Saren.
You should talk to Barla Vaughn over in the financial district. Rumor has it he's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
The Shadow Broker?
An information
Information
dealer.
warfare.
Buys and sells secrets to the highest bidder. I've heard Barla Vaughn's one of the top representatives. He might know something about Saren, but his information won't come cheap.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. Whew.
You and Saren have a history. What happened?
He
About
said he doesn't
20
want to
years
talk about it here.
He literally...
I was part of a mission in the Skillian Verge.
We shouldn't talk about it here. Here's the whole story.
Saren eliminated his target, but a lot of people died along the way, innocent people. And the official records just covered it all up. But I saw how he operates. No conscience, no hesitation. He'd kill 1,000 innocent civilians to end a war without a second thought.
Is that because he's a Turian? Or whatever the fuck they're called? You racist?
It's because he witnessed it. He saw him kill a bunch of people to get a target.
Mm.
Okay. So you know where the wards are.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
He's a necessary evil.
Oh,
of the
he's cool as fuck.
Buying and selling information is a part of the game. And the Shadow Broker just happens to be the best player on the field. Always sells to the highest bidder. Doesn't get involved in politics. Doesn't pick sides. A simple system, but it works.
Selling to the highest
He's not
bidder
a
is
threat
picking
to
a
any,
side.
not directly. He's just a resource we can use, or she is. Or maybe they are. Nobody really knows.
You know, the highest bidder for what you're selling, and what you're selling is Saren. For example, highest bidder is not a good idea. Also, information equally as volatile. Some would argue not as deadly. I would argue it is.
The thing is, there's a Shadow Broker DLC.
About 20
because I've always been poor, I've never been able to play it.
Yeah.
It's in the second game.
I accidentally pressed it again. He's telling us again.
Terrorist threat.
Oh, skip through it.
Saren eliminated his target.
You can just press B.
I saw how he operates. No
Goodbye.
conscience, no hesitation. He'd kill 1,000 innocent civilians to end a war without a second thought.
Ask him about seahorses.
Seem to get along with the council.
He's just frustrated. The council's always preaching that we need to be part of the galactic community. But for them, it's a one-way street. They want us to expand and settle unstable regions like the Skillian Verge and the Attican Traverse. But when we run into trouble, they don't want to help us out. Everyone knows it's only
Yeah,
a
they
matter
say you knew the risks. That's what the U.S. should do with Israel.
Happen sooner.
That's pretty
I
funny.
agree.
That would be a pretty funny response. Well, you knew the risks of bombing people. You knew the risks of infiltrating Iran and planting explosives in a hotel room months ahead of something. Yeah, you knew the risks. They should be like, yeah, we're not helping you bomb countries. You knew the risk. Do it yourself. Also, no more weapons.
Think about this. Think about this.
The guy
Like,
joined CSEC
every
about 20 years
bomb
ago. He's been an
comes out
ambassador.
of an American plane.
Roughing up suspects in custody, bribery accusations, alcohol and drug use.
Every what?
The embassy used to step in when he got
Every bomb.
but I guess enough was enough.
What about him?
All Israel's planes are American.
Yes. And they're American bombs.
I want to
Yes.
know more about the Spectres.
They're not your typical government agency. They tend to work alone, behind the scenes. They take care of problems the council can't. It's not easy preserving peace across an entire galaxy. The council prefers to use diplomacy and negotiation. But sometimes more extreme measures are needed.
I don't like that.
They sound like shadow operatives.
I don't like that.
Everything about them is classified. We don't even know how many there are. The latest Alliance estimate puts their numbers under 100. But the Council couldn't do its job without them. They're the Citadel's top agents, the last line of defense, the final option before open war. The entire galaxy respects and fears them. If a Spectre shows up, you know something big is about to happen.
What happens when a Spectre goes rogue, like Saren?
It doesn't happen often. The Council is careful when they select their candidates. But when something does go wrong, there's usually only one solution. Send another Spectre to bring the rogue agent down.
That's interesting.
What's the structure like?
There is no command structure. Each Spectre answers directly to the Council. Sometimes they're sent on specific
Very cool.
missions. Other times, they act on their own. They tend to operate outside the law, do whatever it takes to accomplish their goals. The Council just turns a blind eye. Spectres have a lot of power, Shepard.
I should go.
Good luck, Shepard. I'll be over in the ambassador's office if you need anything else.
There might be a mission you can pick up here to scan the bugs.
Okay.
I think it's downstairs and to the left.
Yeah.
Like it's like, see how there's this hall on your right?
Yeah.
It's like that, but it's downstairs, and to the left. But you know, there's even a bug right there in that hall.
What are you talking about?
Where you were looking.
Why do I care about the bugs?
You don't. I'm just saying, hey, there's another one.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was just changing titles. Because I forgot to. On Twitch, specifically. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Won't be long.
But getting Garrus Seahorse pregnant is a good title for a future Mass Effect stream.
Yes, you should remember that one.
We can get him Seahorse pregnant in the second game. I think.
Go to my channel. It's also in politics as well. Okay. So let's get that out of politics onto that one. And just cheating. Right. Boom. Boom.
I told you this is the most political game of all time, though.
It is quite political, yes. I am enjoying it, honestly.
Okay.
Great. Wait, wrong account. That one. Let's go. All right, we're back. And we're done. And we're done.
I can't wait to replace Ashley. Okay, left. I think. Like, down the stairs. Keep going. I told you, it's like a hall. I think the guy's over in here. Yeah. Leave that guy and his wife alone. Stop! There's a guy who's like molesting a bug.
What the fuck?
Yeah, actually he may be right out there in the open. Is there a bug there? Walk up to that bug. Is there a guy molesting it? There he is. That's the guy we're looking for.
What guy?
What? Oh, no, I wasn't. Never mind. Yes, is there something you want?
Why are you so interested in the Keepers?
Keepers? I've got no interest in the
Don't get coy. I know what I saw.
I'm not so sure I should be talking to you about this.
We're just talking. Is there something wrong with that?
No. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I'm using a small scanner to gather readings on the Keepers. So far I've had mixed results. I find it difficult to get near the creatures.
Weird.
Why were you being so secretive about it, though?
Well, technically we're not supposed to disturb the Keepers. I don't really think my scanning disturbs them, but the authorities might disagree. I'd like to do it more openly, but it's not really worth getting arrested over.
I can help you out. I'm not worried about the authorities.
I don't even know who you are.
I'm Commander Shepard with the Alliance military.
Well, I suppose I could use the help. You'll need this. It's the scanning device I developed. Activate it each time you see a keeper. All collected data will automatically upload to my database. I'll even send a few credits your way.
What I was talking about. A pointless quest, but it gives you XP if you want to go out of your
What are you
way
doing with the data once
to
you
touch all the bugs.
Trying to learn whatever I can about the keepers. We see them working everywhere, yet we know so little about them. I'm a scientist. I want to know what makes them tick.
I should get going then.
Yeah, so they don't know
Yes,
anything about
I
them.
have much work myself.
If one
Strong
dies, one
and
just
good
shows
luck
up and
with you.
takes its place.
What the fuck?
If they've captured them to study them, and they self-destruct, and they just like melt down and fall apart, and another one just takes its place, and they
What
know
the
nothing
fuck?
about them. They were just here when they discovered the Citadel,
Amazing.
and they maintain the Citadel, and they have no idea how they work, and they have their own tunnels and stuff. But they have no idea how the tunnels are mapped.
Hell yeah.
So they just made it law not to fuck with them because they don't know what they do.
Well, I'm a fuck with them. Where are these bugs?
There's no more in. There's 2 in here. You already got them. Like I said, it's one of those things. You'll see them and you'll be like, "Hey, there's another one." It's not really worth going out of your way for. It literally does nothing.
Why is this bug not doing anything?
Because it's there to give you the quest. That's its purpose.
Shouldn't it self-destruct then?
Maybe
Like a
he's on
mistake?
his lunch break.
These guys don't give
Oh
a
my
fuck.
God. The gun is really loud. It's like thunder. It blows out my like speakers on my headphones. Sound. That should be fine. Honk, honk. Honk.
Yeah.
It's still pretty loud.
I can't believe the Council ignored all the evidence against Saren.
Saren's one of their best operatives. It's only natural they'd take his word over ours.
Bug.
Oh, there's one on my screen. Got it. No, I didn't.
Get scanned. Bug.
Oh, you see the jellyfish?
No.
You'll see him.
This one believes it has the right to move freely.
Bug, bug, bug.
This one.
Bug, bug, bug. Hell yeah, bug, 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 bug. What the fuck is this?
Do you desire to learn of the Enkindlers?
I hate this.
Or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance?
Why is the CSEC officer harassing you?
The CSEC officer requests that this one purchase an evangelical permit to spread the truth of the Enkindlers.
You're gonna love
You're
this.
breaking the law
This
by
is such a
preaching
good
without a
quest.
permit right now.
The CSEC officer states that preaching in this place is forbidden, and preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit. This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers, and thus no permit should be necessary.
Who are the
Wow,
Enkindlers?
solid case.
Your people know them as the Protheans. They are the true
Oh.
creators of this one's people. The Enkindlers
Interesting.
raised the Hanar from ignorance into consciousness by granting this one's people the gift of speech.
So you're breaking the law by preaching without a permit right now.
The CSEC officer states that preaching in this
Mass Effect, genocide run.
preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit. This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers, and thus no permit should be necessary.
This is the Presidium, not a church. Evangelize somewhere else.
This one's beliefs will not be suppressed. If others wish to try, they are welcome to do so.
Now talk to the cop.
The CSEC
You gotta talk
officer
to the
states
cop.
that preaching in this place is forbidden, and preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit.
You need to talk to the cop.
This
so
one
he
humbly
activates the
submits
video.
that it
get
is
it.
not preaching
I heard
to
you.
state the truth of the Enkindlers.
I'm curious whether I
and
can go
thus
back
no
through
permit should
and
be
pick a different
necessary.
option. I can. Cool. It's a quest, isn't it?
Yes, that's why you gotta talk to the other
Let
guy.
me talk to the CSEC officer. Perhaps I can explain the situation.
This one would be...
That Hanar refuses to listen to reason. Why can't it act in an orderly and lawful manner?
Orderly and lawful manner. He's talking about a fucking jellyfish.
I want you to stop.
I should have known that a human wouldn't respect the laws of the Citadel. Why should the jellies get special treatment?
The jellies?
The species understands and obeys the laws.
If I
Did
purchase
you see how there was blacked out options there?
that take care of things?
That's because you need to have enough points in Renegade or Paragon. So you might. So because this is a diplomacy mission,
I don't care
you can
what
check
you
if you have a level up to
Get
put
rid
a
of that
point in
Hanar.
there. Squad. Yeah. Intimidate. I assume that's what you want.
Sure.
Oh, and one more, and you unlock snipers and pistols.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck?
Isn't it? What? Isn't it-
It's fucking
it's
auto
level up.
assigning them. I don't want them auto assigned.
Then undo it. With X. Now it's gonna be locked in because you hit.
Oh
B.
my god, it's the control. I've remapped everything. God fucking damn.
Yeah. You should auto level up anyway because fuck it.
Whatever. Yeah.
It's easier. Wow, that was loud too. That little pop. Alright, now talk to
That
him. See if he
Hanar
can get the fuck
refuses
off.
to listen to reason. Why can't it act in an orderly and lawful manner?
I think you should let the Hanar preach in the Presidium.
The Presidium is a place of culture and respect. It should not be filled with zealots shouting their idiocy. Why should the jellies get special treatment? Every other species understands and obeys the laws.
I'll be back.
Not yet.
I don't care what you have to do. Just get rid of that Hanar.
I don't remember exactly how it works, but basically, the more dialogue you engage in, the more you can level those up.
Okay. Sure. I didn't shoot him. He walked into my bullet.
There's a store in that little, like it's a indent. I don't know. It's a square.
This? One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Shepherd. The tale of how you survived the great tragedy on a cruise is
Somehow,
truly remarkable.
you went exactly where you were supposed to go.
Each time I hear it.
Yeah, because I knew this is where I was supposed to go, because I saw Financial District before I went to the mission.
I don't like strangers keeping tabs on me.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barla Vaughn.
I did
My
pick
job
my
makes it necessary for me to
my origin story as like a orphan that
Ruthless.
doesn't trust people, right?
Yeah, no, it's an orphan war hero, I think.
Self arrives on the station.
Yeah, okay.
Not ruthless.
I heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you have any information about Saren?
You're very blunt, Shepard. But you're right. I am an agent for the Shadow Broker. And I do know something about Saren.
I hear your information can be expensive.
Normally, this information would cost a small fortune. But these are exceptional circumstances. So I am going to give it to you for
We
free.
love mutual aid.
What's the catch?
This is called corruption.
There is no catch. The Shadow Broker is quite upset with Saren right now. They used to do a lot of business until Saren turned on him.
Saren betrayed him. Imagine that.
No matter what you think of Saren, he's not stupid. He knows the Shadow Broker is a valuable ally. Turning on him doesn't make sense. Not unless something huge was at stake. I don't know the details.
Interesting.
But the Shadow Broker hired a freelancer to deal with it. A Krogan mercenary.
That's not much to go on.
I just told you that the most famous Spectre in the galaxy betrayed the Shadow Broker.
He's gonna ask her to play with her, sir.
Considering the price. Speak with the Krogan if you want to learn more.
You're gonna love the
I heard
Krogan.
he was paying a visit to Citadel Security.
You're gonna
If
use
you
him
hurry,
for
you
the whole
might
game.
check him before he leaves the academy.
What?
I said you're gonna use this guy through the whole game, the Krogan.
Very. However, I doubt the visit was entirely his choice. You'll need to speak with him if you want to know more.
Okay.
Thanks for the info.
No, really?
My
Thank you.
pleasure, Commander.
Like, even if he wasn't your, like, compliment to round out your class, see this Hanner, you can buy shit from him. Like, you would pick him just because you're gonna like him.
This
He
one
looks
is
your
greatly
balance.
pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaminder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan.
Hi,
Please
Dallin.
take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human.
Why is...
You will not be disappointed.
Why is the jellyfish a
Funny
capital?
thing about the Krogan, they make their women wear burqa.
Really?
It's complicated.
Can I wear medium armor?
Okay, so this is alien armor for aliens. See, it's
Well, that's
Turian
lame.
armor and stuff.
Commander, it is good to see you again. Would you care to see
And
some
yes.
of my fantastic items today?
Show me your items.
Oh my god. Let me pick.
Oh, this one is pleased to
Fuck
do
me.
so, human. You will not be disappointed.
Oh, let me skip the time.
With shops, it's kind of funky. Does he have a sniper? Oh, so see the license that he has at the bottom? If you buy that, your ship vendor will get the license for this company.
Okay. Done. I need to figure out why the up button is not working.
I thought it was dead.
No, I've literally... Oh.
Didn't you say it was dead?
No, it's
gonna
not.
be
It's
another
no,
stream where it's just
no,
you trying to fix
no,
the controller.
No, I'm just stupid. Let's rectify that. Oh, wrong one.
But as long as they didn't fix the armor glitch, you can wear alien armor. It's just a really hard glitch to do.
Okay.
I mean, it's not hard. It's a
Yeah.
timing glitch. Basically, like, you hit like the reduce to omnigel as you're swapping armor, and then it glitches out,
Yeah.
and then you like can select any armor, and you can just wear it. So you can like put on heavy Krogan armor if you want.
What is junk? You can mark it as junk. Okay. Goodbye. I don't think it had much value anyway. Goodbye, jellyfish.
Yeah. Well, now you know where the store is, though.
Yes.
See, there's a statue behind her.
Bug.
In the water.
There's a bug. Bug.
I've had my office rearranged 5 times. All the time.
Scanned. Shut up.
There's a fast travel thing.
That's fine.
Anywhere you see those, you can take them. And then just follow the signs, you know? If you look at them, they'll tell you where you're going. Which is, like, kind of convenient. Like, I feel like in, like, other games like Skyrim, it really takes a while to learn the town.
Yeah. Wait, did they say that he went to the academy?
Yeah, but you also need to go to the wards to get into CSEC.
Okay.
You need to talk to Harkin to get you in. And he's getting drunk at Cora's den.
Where's the cop? Leave that jellyfish alone. Have I scanned this bug?
Yeah. There's a lot of missions down in the wards. It's like there's like so that was like the big Overworld 1, and this is big Overworld 2.
Okay.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
Wow. These liberal games jamming the politics down my throat.
Do you really think we'll find him down here?
Shut up.
He always stops in for a few games of Quasar before he makes his drop.
Bug.
Yeah, and
The
like
West
just look
would-
for the blue circle, and it will like you'll know if you can interact with someone or something.
They look human.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation
Why am I
team
getting
has appealed to Hanar
anti-Hanar
representatives of the Citadel
propaganda
to
now?
reach a diplomatic solution.
Are they a part of the Citadel?
No, I mean they're a Citadel species.
What
Oh,
a babe.
she's really blue.
What a babe. I shoot everything. Ah, it's a nice view.
Big place.
Not a single piece of grass in sight.
That your professional opinion, sir?
Oh my god, I can't wait to get rid of you. She's so annoying.
This isn't a station, it's a city.
There must be millions here. It can't be possible to track everyone coming and going.
This makes Jump Zero look like a porta-john, and it's the largest deep space station the Alliance has.
Jump Zero is big, but this is a whole nother scale. Look at the ward arms. How do they keep all that mass from flying apart?
Mass Effect.
They don't know.
True.
No wonder the council treats us like outsiders. We'd be just another drop in a bucket they already can't carry.
They must figure us for one more gang of F&Gs looking for a handout.
Shut up.
I doubt it's personal. It's gotta be a balancing act, like every other government.
Kaden just being rational.
All right, secure the chatter. We're all FNGs here, but we don't need to make it obvious.
Especially you, Ashley. Fuck off.
That's where you came.
Yeah, I did. Sure, let's go this way. Cool. Give me drugs!
Hello there, Commander. I'm Dr. Claude Michel. Is there something I
A
can do?
French? Why? You can't... Why can't I escape the French?
You're a doctor. How did you end up here on the Citadel?
My parents brought me here when I was young. My father was a medic with the Alliance. I chose to keep the medical tradition alive, but not the military. Fixing up wounded soldiers isn't my idea of fun.
Fair enough.
Let me take a look at what you have for sale.
Of course.
What the fuck? 420,000?
Yeah, well, when you're on a second playthrough, you can afford it. Okay. Now, well, you have to... That's like a socket you put in your armor. You know how sockets work?
Sure.
Games? You've played games with sockets?
Yes. Oh my god. What does it actually do? Health regen. Neat.
Yeah.
That was a good buy.
I think if you put it with the Phoenix armor, which is what Ashley has, you get double health regen. Because her armor already does health regen.
Can I steal their armor?
If you didn't sell the armor you had, then yes.
I'm a bitch.
You'll get Phoenix armor. But yeah.
Now.
It's generally a good idea to steal her armor. Cora's den. You might not have it unlocked. Hey, look, it's there.
That'll do. A gentleman club. That's not where I want to go.
Yeah, good job. Checking the arrows first. Okay. Squad's just watching you figure out how to open doors.
Bug. The fuck?
Yeah, this is just like a hallway. You go here eventually, but... Half the fun is wandering around figuring out where to go.
Yeah, great. Must be riveting gameplay.
Everyone loves this game. We're
That's...
done. We did it.
Bro, get the fuck out of my way, you dumb bitch. She's literally making my fucking gun not ADS because she's standing in the way. Fine.
That's it. Bag 'em and tag 'em.
What about, why don't we just take the bodies to the council and throw it at their feet? Hey, look, these guys just tried to kill us.
Those were assassins. Who's trying to assassinate us?
Hey there, sweetheart. You looking for some fun? Because I gotta say, that soldier get-up looks real good on that body of yours. Why don't you sit your sweet little ass down beside old Harkin?
Hey, I think there's a good way to get information out of this guy. It's called the Haktua method.
Maybe later.
Suit yourself, princess. You know, if more Marines looked like you, I might have joined the Alliance instead of CSEC.
Call me princess again and you'll be picking your teeth up off the floor. Now tell me where Garrus is.
Okay, just relax. Garrus, you say? You must be one of Anderson's crew. Poor bastard still trying to bring Saren down, huh? I know where Garrus is, but you gotta tell me something first. Did the captain let you in on his big secret?
Is there something I should know about the captain?
The captain used to be a Spectre. Didn't know that, did you? It was all very hush-hush. The first human ever given that honor, and then he blew it. Screwed up his mission so bad they kicked him out. Of course, he blames Saren. Says the Turians set him up.
You're jelly.
Come out.
Have to ask him. I never heard any of the details. Bet it's a good story, though. The heroes fall. Classic tragedy.
Sure.
You said they covered all this up. How'd you hear about it?
I spent 20 years working cases here on the Citadel. People on this station love to talk. Secrets are like herpes. If you got them, you might as well spread them around.
That is bad advice.
You're a pig.
Just noticed that now, did you?
Why should I believe a drunk like you?
Fine, ask Anderson. I bet he tells you. He's too stupid and proud to lie right to your face.
Just tell me where Garrus went.
Garrus was sniffing around Dr. Michelle's office. She runs the med clinic on the other side of the wards. Last I heard, he was going back there.
Hey, you know where that is.
I do know.
What do you know about Garrus?
Damn hothead is what he is. Still figures he can save the world. Always bucking heads with the Executor. He'll pay for it soon enough. The Executor loves to put us lowly field agents in our place. Just look what happened to me.
You need to look in a mirror. Sober up and take some responsibility for yourself.
Save your sermons. This ain't no church.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, good. Go. Let me drink in peace.
Drink yourself to death, cunt.
I got business here.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so each species sees them almost like themselves.
Interesting. Okay.
So like the Turians and stuff are arguing that they're like, look at their head frills. Those are like Turians. So like to the Turians, they look way more Turian than they look human. To us, they look very human.
Very interesting. I'm bored. Had enough. Kind of funny.
Why didn't Captain Anderson tell us he used to be a Spectre?
Well, you're not a part of our squad, really, Ashley. That's why.
But Caden, again, being rational.
Yeah.
You can just take the fast travel that's right here.
I didn't tell anyone, I swear!
That was smart, Doc. Now if Garrus comes around, you stay smart. Keep your mouth shut or we'll... Who are you?
Let her go.
Good shot.
If you hold down your powers, you can literally stop time and still use the crosshair to like sniper shot them.
Oh, really?
So you can hold it down. Hold down your powers, bro. Other one.
Busy fucking powers.
to give your squad mates powers too.
Yeah, fuck him. I can do it myself.
Yeah, but he could have. You could have overloaded that bomb.
That's fine. Did I die?
No, but it's fun.
Perfect timing, Shepard. Gave me a clear shot at that bastard.
You took him down clean.
Sometimes you get lucky. Dr. Michelle, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Thanks to you. All of you.
Why were they threatening you? Who do they work for?
They work for Feast. They wanted to shut me up, keep me from Garrus about the Quarian.
Can't trust nobody called Fist.
Does this
you
have
know what he's into?
investigation into Sarah?
I think it might. Dr. Michelle, tell us what happened.
A few days ago,
I still think it's
Quarian
so
came
funny
by my
that
office.
we've put this in
She'd been
politics.
shot, but she wouldn't
It
tell
is
me.
politics, bro.
It
I
is
could tell she was
politics.
scared,
It so
probably
is.
on the run. She asked me about the Shadow Broker. She wanted to trade information
'Cause, like,
in exchange for a safe place to hide.
There's no way that we don't get into this game and start discussing the actual politics of the game.
Just wait.
Like, there's no way that that doesn't happen.
Wait until you get into the whole genocide stuff that's going on. You know, like there's a lot of bad blood because of past genocides.
He's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
Not anymore. Now he works for Saren. And the Shadow Broker isn't too happy about it.
Feast betrayed the Shadow Broker? That's stupid, even for him. Saren must have made him quite the offer.
That Quarian must have something Saren wants. Something worth crossing the
interesting.
Shadow Broker to get.
She must have something that proves he's a traitor. Did the Quarian mention anything about Saren or the Geth?
She did. The information she was going to trade. She said it had something to do with the Geth.
She must be able to link Saren to the Geth. There is no way the Council can ignore this.
Time we paid Fist a visit.
This is your show, Shepard. But I want to bring Saren down as much as you do. I'm coming with you.
You're a Turian. Why do you want to bring him down?
I couldn't find the proof I needed in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
You know, we aren't the only
Fair
ones
enough.
going after
Ashley, get out.
a broken bounty hunter named Rex to take him out.
Yes.
Yeah, we heard about him.
A Krogan might come in handy.
Last I heard, he was at the CSEC Academy.
What's he doing there?
Fist accused him of making threats. We brought Rex in for a little talk. If you hurry, you can catch him at the Academy before he leaves.
Move out.
Hell yeah. Add to squad. What is happening?
It's you remapped your controller.
That one. That guy and that guy. Who's this big cunt?
Huh?
Who's the big cunt?
Garrus?
Nah, the blacked out one.
Oh, I mean, you'll go see
It's the
them.
chick with the knife on her leg. I want that chick.
Looks like a knife. So you'll see. You'll get him. You're about to go get him. Go to CSEC Academy.
Oh, thank God. Fucking Ashley's gone.
Yeah, Garrus is great. He's a sniper.
Excellent.
So you don't necessarily need him.
No. This way.
It's a ward location.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's right near you, but
No, it's not.
it doesn't let you go. It's right around the corner.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the tower.
No. You're right next to it. You just need to unlock it to get a fast travel to it.
Where?
Back the way you came and down those stairs.
Those stairs?
Yep.
Ow.
Hey, I know you. You're Shepard, right? I saw the monument at Akuz. They got a whole section about you there. It's a miracle you
This is
survived.
a unique quest
Like you have a fan.
for your backstory.
Sorry, I just never thought I'd meet someone like you in person. My name's Lang, Officer Eddie Lang, Citadel Security. It's an honor to meet you, Commander. What are you doing down here in the wards? Anything I can help you with?
Why'd you join Citadel Security?
I don't know. Seemed like the right thing to do, you know? Maybe it's in my blood. My grandfather was a cop back on Earth. It's kind of what CSEC is.
Boo.
Citadel. I'm still pretty
Boo.
new at it, but I like it so far. Way more interesting than staying back on Earth. You get to
Cops
meet all kinds
suck.
of cool aliens, like those Hanar. Wild.
Lol.
Plus, CSEC gets a lot of respect here. We uphold the law. People, even aliens, appreciate that.
Even aliens, he says. Woof. Big woof.
What do you know about specters?
What do you know
Just the
about
stuff they show in the
specters?
vids.
What do you know about
Guys make up
specters,
secret
see?
agents on secret missions to save the galaxy. I know it's not really like that, though. Some of the other CSEC guys don't like them too much. Figure they shouldn't be able to operate outside the law. But if they were so bad, the council wouldn't use them, right?
Oh my god. They're all such bootlickers. It's like us.
CSEC officer.
Not going to question a single fucking
I shouldn't
thing.
really say too much. He's been on the force a lot longer than me.
No worries.
Things, you know? Drinking on the job, taking bribes, that kind of thing. Rumors mostly, but they suspended him, so some of it must be true.
How do you like working here on the Citadel?
This place is amazing. I've been here almost a year, and I still haven't seen a tenth of it. The Presidium's just so beautiful.
That's a lot.
Good place to go and relax.
It's very big.
But I really like it here down in the wards. There's always something going on somewhere. Like that new club they just opened a few months ago, Flux. Wicked scene in there, Commander. You should check it out when you have some time.
I'm good.
I have to go.
See you later.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well,
Bug. Bug thing.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Such a ridiculous statement. Do you know what a smart car is? Like, legitimately, do you know what a smart car is? I can't hear you.
They're like Fisher Price cars with batteries.
Kind of. So smart car.
No, hang on. The little car.
You mean the red and yellow one?
Yes, you're telling me that's not what a smart car is?
I mean, yes. Right? So I saw a post about smart cars. They're like, here, buy this smart car, 70 grand. And I'm like, $70,000 for a smart car? And they're like, it's Brabus, which is like Mercedes-Benz's performance division. I know you give zero fuck, but there might be somebody who cares about cars that will find this funny as well. Anyway, this. Hold on, let me smart.
Tell me that's not what they are.
Let me find. Hold on. Wait. Hold for comedic effect. Wait. Need to. No.
We're losing them.
This one. No, it's
Play
not.
off, Johnny.
It's not getting funny anymore. It's not funny anymore. Ah, it's taking forever. It's not funny. It's still funny.
It's literally the same thing.
you know what's even funnier? I've seen one painted like that.
I mean, if I had, I'd get one. I'd get one just to paint it like that. You know, if I was Elon Musk, I'd be spending money on dumb shit like that.
Hold on. Boom.
There you go.
Absolutely incredible. Anyway, so I saw this, and it's a fully electric one, and it's modified by the same company that modifies the high-end Mercedes cars, and they want 70 grand for it. And I left a comment because every time I see one of these fucking ads for these cars that are like, it's so cheap, it's 90 grand. I have to roast them. I'm like, it's not cheap. You're idiots. Some dude was like, it goes 0 to 100 in 3 seconds. I'm like, it's a smart car. I don't give a fuck. For 70 grand, I'll buy something good. That's insane. Fucking crazy. Anyway, small side tangent. Back to the politics.
All right, turn left. There's like a there he is.
Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar. Stay away from him.
I don't take orders from you.
This is your only warning, Rex.
You should warn Fist. I will kill him.
You want me to arrest you?
I want you to try.
Go on. Get out of here.
Do I know you, human?
My name's Shepard. I'm going after Fist. Thought you might want to come along.
He's like well, not your polar opposite, but he's one of the ones.
I've heard a lot
Because you
about
need two to be the polar opposite.
We're both warriors, Shepard. Out of respect, I'll give you a fair warning. I'm going to kill Fist.
Fist knows you're coming. We'll have a better chance if we all work together.
My people have a saying. Seek the enemy of your enemy, and you will find a friend.
I think we're going to get along just fine, Rex.
Let's go. I hate to keep Fist waiting.
So if you give him like if you fuck Ashley, you want Rex.
Okay. Because I'm more looking at the balance here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because you don't have the biotic yet.
Yeah.
But if you do have to do their squads, level up stuff. Now, you probably won't really use him, but Rex, you actually want to put the points in properly. So, generally, you want to get him shotguns and then barrier.
Okay.
So you just throw on his barrier and you just tell him to charge at the enemy.
Huh.
And then he'll fish them out for you.
Oh, that's funny.
And also warp that he has.
Yeah.
It's a control spell that makes enemies take more damage. But if you encounter armor, which is like a yellow health bar, it's the strongest against that. It'll basically delete armor.
Cool.
There's a bug.
There's a bug. Molested. XP. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Codex. XP. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Clicking everything. Clicking things. Clicking stuff.
I think you can click some
Hell
stuff
yeah.
in the other room too.
Fuck yeah. Codex. Fuck yeah. Secret thing. Hell yeah. Codex. Fuck yeah. Clicking shit. Clicking every circle.
Honk, honk. honk,
I
honk,
don't know
honk,
where to go now.
honk, 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 honk,
Oh,
honk,
welcome
honk,
back.
honk, honk.
What? He doesn't know. I forgot where I'm supposed to go.
You're gonna go kill Fist at Cora's
Yeah.
Den. So if you hold down the power and freeze time, you can actually tell
What
your
power?
squad
What?
mates. The power wheel. I don't know what you remapped it to. Like, you can tell your squad mates to move up with it.
Oh. Sure.
Maybe not in this game, though. But you should be able to just tap the D-pad, and it will give them, like, orders, where you just point and click.
Regroup!
Yeah, there you go. You can do it.
Looks like it's shut down.
So there you go. You just click to send them in.
We've lost contact.
Can I swap or is that a thing?
I can't hear you. Too loud.
What is? Hey.
Use a power while you're on cooldown.
That needs it. Bye. Goodbye.
Clear.
I love the power glove.
Fist had a good thing going here. Too bad he got greedy.
If you feel lucky, we should visit the casino over in
What is this?
Something you could have used your powers on.
Take cover! Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Rex literally ran up to him and punched him.
Cool. Yeah, I think. Okay. Oh no. Wait. What is wait? Oh, okay. Oh my god. It's always this menu that it's an issue.
Yeah, because you remapped your controls.
Yeah. Uninstall upgrade, that's what I wanted.
No, it transfers to the new gun.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Shay, what?
Well, there's no reason not to take Reaper.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
better
just-
than Hammer.
Sure. I was just figuring out how the guns actually work.
Look out! Time to die.
Wait, I have a cover system. I have a cover system that I can use. Lol.
Garrus should also have Overload. He doesn't have it yet.
Wait! Don't kill me, I surrender!
Wait, what?
Tell me where the Quarian is,
He
and I won't
gave
have
up.
to shoot you in the kneecaps.
Nice.
She's not here. I don't know where she is. That's the truth.
He's no use to you now. Let me kill him.
Wait. I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. The Quarian isn't here. Said you'd only deal with the Shadow Broker himself.
Face to face? Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent.
Nobody meets the Shadow Broker, ever. Even I don't know his true identity. But she didn't know that. I told her I'd set a meeting up. But when she shows up, it'll be Saren's men waiting for her.
What a cunt.
Tell me where that meeting is before I blow your lying head off.
Here on the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry.
If you hurry. Bro,
What are you doing?
The Shadow Broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done.
Love this.
I told you.
Love
Even
this guy
even
because
if he wasn't your pair, you'd pick him.
Let's move. We have to save that Quarian.
I literally picked the option. People
Hang on.
die. Good
Give him
job.
the shotgun that you have. No. He equip it to, like in the equipment menu.
Right.
Do you have two? You have a second slot on your gun, as well.
Great.
So you can put another upgrade in there. So you just go to the other side. See, there's two. Improved sighting. There. Hell yeah.
Alright.
That's the one you want to give to Rex.
The scimitar.
Yeah. You can't use it, so. You can also give him upgrades too.
Yeah, he can have chemical rounds.
He's really good with chemical rounds because like he's supposed to be your finisher, you know? So like after you strip the shields, he's in their face headbutting them. Garrus can use snipers.
Sure, why not? Got no upgrades for you, buddy.
Yeah. Could be like that. Alright, there's a safe on the wall you can open too.
Yep, there's also a timer.
Yeah, but it's
It's
like
a-
forever. Nar! Oh, a heat sink. Bonk, 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 bonk.
Take cover! I will destroy you!
Why?
perimeter secure.
Hong Kong, Hong Kong, Hong.
Yeah, fuck it.
It's so loud.
The music.
Yeah.
I bet we just do no music.
Some of it's good. It's just that song is loud and just repeating.
25%.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Alright. I don't know where I'm going.
You're going the right way.
Great.
Did you bring it?
Where's the Shadow Broker? Where's Fist?
They'll be here. Where's the evidence?
No way. The deal's off.
Neat. Oh, that didn't do anything.
Yeah, you stripped the shields.
Oh.
Now you can.
Fist set me up. I knew I couldn't trust him.
Don't worry about Fist. He got what was coming to him.
Sure, fucking
Then I guess
did.
there are two
Fuck
things
that
I need
guy.
to thank you for. Who are you?
My name's Shepard. I'm looking for evidence to prove Saren's a traitor.
Then I have a chance to repay you for saving my life. But not here. We need to go somewhere safe.
We could take her to the human embassy. Your ambassador will want to see this anyway.
True.
You come back. You left with 2 humans. Come back with 3 aliens.
Firefights in the wards, an all-out assault on Korra's den. Do you know how many?
Who's this? A Quarian? What are you up to, Shepard?
You wanted proof Saren's a traitor. This is it.
Really? Maybe you better start at the beginning, Miss.
My name is Tali. Tali Zora Naraya.
We don't see many Quarians here. Why did you leave the flotilla?
I was on my pilgrimage. My rite of passage into adulthood.
Oh, teenager.
I've never heard of this before.
It is a tradition among my people. When we reach maturity,
Jack
we
won't
leave
try
the
to fuck the
parents
teenager.
and our people behind. Alone, we search the stars, only returning to the flotilla once we have discovered something of value. In this way, we prove ourselves worthy of adulthood.
Sounds like Armenia.
What kind of evidence did you find? How'd you get it?
During my travels, I began hearing reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious. I tracked a patrol of Geth to an uncharted world. I waited for one to become separated from its unit. Then I disabled it and removed its memory
This
core.
guy gets it.
I thought the Geth fried their memory.
Cal likes Tali.
Some kind of defense mechanism.
How did you manage to preserve the memory core?
My people created the Geth. If you're
What?
quick, careful, and lucky,
What?
small caches of data can sometimes be saved. Most of the core was
He's a
wiped
Geth
clean,
expert.
but I salvaged something from its audio banks.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding
Oh my god, it's a
the
little
conduit.
recording of Saren. Amazing.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
He said Eden Prime brought him one step closer to finding the conduit. Any idea what that means?
The conduit must have
She's
something.
really not a trad wife, though.
Maybe it's some
No.
kind of Prothean technology.
She's like super rebellious. She's like super
Wait,
against
there's
Quarian
more.
culture.
Saren wasn't working alone.
Eden Prime was
Her
a mate.
father is like one of the most important politicians, and he's like the big reformist.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
I don't recognize that other voice, the one talking about Reapers.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
According to the Memory Core, the Reapers were a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago. The Reapers hunted the Protheans to total extinction, and then they vanished. At least, that's what the Geth believe.
Sounds a little far-fetched.
You also heard
Illusion on Eden
their
Prime.
species was driven to exile by the Geth.
I saw the Protheans being wiped out by the Reapers.
The Quarians.
The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life, and they believe Saren knows how to bring the Reapers back.
The Council is just going to love this.
They won't believe you anyway. Just keep them out of this.
We have to tell them.
Good dialogue choice, mate.
This proves Saren is a traitor.
The captain's right. We need to present this to the Council right away.
What about her?
Chad wife.
My name is Tolly. You saw me in the alley, Commander. You know what I can do. Let me come with you.
Okay.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Thanks. You won't regret this.
Anderson and I will go ahead to get things ready with the Council. Take a few minutes to collect yourself, then meet us in the tower.
This one and this one. Hell yeah.
She actually, because she's an engineer, she has the engineer exclusive power where she can summon a drone.
Cool.
In like the third game, you can like build it out so it's like a suicide drone, or you can do it so it's a missile drone.
Awesome. Fitness.
Yeah, fitness is pretty good.
Ooh. Auto.
Yeah, because you won't even really use her.
Stasis.
Yeah, you can use stasis to lock down an enemy, and you can't attack it, but it can attack it all. It's like out of combat for a limited amount of time.
Cool. I am extremely fucking hungry. Quickly put a pause on this. We'll watch some videos, and we'll come back.
All you gotta do is talk to the council now.
Dude, I'm so fucking hungry.
Yeah. No, I'm saying the mission's like over.
Oh, okay. Because I'm down to keep playing if people want to keep watching, but I'm very hungry.
Put something on. I'll host the video so you can just.
I will send the playlist and you can pick from there. Here is the playlist. Back to these guys. Okay. No. I have to go.
Playlist does not exist.
It must be private.
You silly goose.
Unlisted.
Anyway, why do you think she wears the suit?
She's butt ugly. It should be available now. Can she not breathe air?
Bro. Correct. Also, basically any germ will kill them.
Oh, really?
Excuse me, Commander Shepard.
could you spare a moment of your time?
Fuck
Commander
you.
Shepard,
Oh,
my name is
oh
Ramesh
my
Patel.
god.
Forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn.
A lot of people want my
Hey, this is the mission I was looking for.
special.
My wife was a Marine.
My
Malak.
wife.
In the 212 on Eden Prime. I've requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation, but the military has refused my request.
I don't give a fuck about your wife.
Why did they refuse your request? There's got to be some reason.
I don't know. All I know is that they have declared it impossible for my wife to be returned to me.
It's because she was fucking turned into a husk.
The case is Mr. Mosca. When I last saw him, he was in the expensive bar over there. Thank you for your time.
Probably because
I just want
Commander
to give my
Shepard
wife a proper funeral.
put a round through your
Then
wife's
take
head
the
after
death.
she was turned into a zombie. You have to go to Citadel Tower, but go eat first.
Why? How long is the dialogue?
It's not that long.
Oh, well, I'll just finish the mission and then we can do video and come back maybe later.
Come on. Udine is presenting the Quarian's
Come on.
evidence to the council.
This is actually a real
Eden
badass.
Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
You wanted proof? There it is.
This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador.
What?
Saren will be stripped of his Spectre status, and all efforts will be made to bring
I'm
him
just
in to answer
responding
for his
appropriately.
crimes.
I
What's
recognize
cool
the
about
other
the third game?
Saren.
They made the cover reversible.
Okay.
So FemShep was on the cover as well.
Oh, that's cool.
And then they sent them out, so they were 50-50. So when they were on store shelves, there was FemShep and MaleShep covers.
Oh, that's cool.
Because so many people never played the default male shepherd.
Who is she?
Matriarchs are powerful Asari who have entered the final stage of their lives. Revered for their wisdom and experience.
Yeah,
They
Jack's
serve as
romance
guides
is
and
good, but
mentors to
you
my
can only do it when male.
Matriarch Venezia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers.
Is this because
She
I
will
said
make
I didn't give a
formidable
fuck about his
ally for
wife?
Saren.
I'm more interested in the Reapers. What do you know about them?
Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Protheans. Then they vanished.
The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return.
We think the conduit is the key to bringing them back. Saren's searching for it.
Now that's a MacGuffin.
He attacked Eden Prime.
Yeah.
Do we even know what this conduit is?
Saren thinks it can bring back the Reapers. That's bad enough.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
I tried to warn you about Saren and you refused to face the truth. Don't make the same mistake again.
This is different. You proved Saren betrayed the Council. We all agree he's using the Geth to search for the
Why
conduit.
she got cum
We
all
don't
over her
really know
face?
why.
The Reapers are obviously just a myth, Commander. A convenient lie to cover Saren's true
Typical
purpose. A
fucking
legend he is
government.
using to bend the Geth to his will.
You're
Bro, your people used to eat flies.
I've seen them. What?
Yeah, you remember your vision?
Yes.
50,000 years ago, the Reapers wiped out all galactic civilization. If Saren finds the conduit, it will happen again.
She's very
Saren is a rogue agent
confident
on the run
based
for
on
his
very
life.
little
He
evidence.
no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position.
That is not good enough. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in!
Fleet cannot track down one man.
A Citadel fleet could secure the entire region, keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies.
Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. We won't be dragged into a galactic confrontation over a few dozen human colonies.
I can take Saren down.
The commander's right. There is a way to stop Saren that doesn't require fleets or armies.
No. It's too soon.
And guess what?
Humanity is not ready for the
You
responsibilities.
know
that
what's
come
even
with joining the
better here
Spectres.
is this is proof that Shepard would be good for the what are they called? The Spectres. No?
Element.
Taking him out quietly without people knowing that he was trying to bring back these magical robots who wiped genocide,
Sure.
like massive genocides, and she's acting on very little evidence, by the way. This is very irresponsible, and had she been wrong, theoretically, because I'm assuming the way that the games go, that she's not wrong, this is the actual story, and this is the start of it. What if? What if the game actually made you follow a fake path? And the actual story was
You need
much
to stop.
worse.
You need to stop because you're hitting too close to home.
It was a Turian Spectre who betrayed this council, and it was a human who exposed him. I have earned this.
Commander Shepard, step forward.
Are they adorning
Shoot
me
her.
with the black pass to be able to kill whoever I want, do whatever I want?
Were these people able to listen to that whole meeting?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance Branch of the Citadel.
Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle. Those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file.
Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of
Oh,
courage,
so they're making me a
determination,
Spectre
and
officially.
self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will.
Spectres bear a great burden. They are protectors of galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold.
You are the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you.
We know this is a lie.
No,
What
you don't.
What are you talking about? We
You're
got
gonna
told.
believe some drunk?
Sure. Why the fuck not? He told us the story. Why would he tell us that he was a Spectre? Or maybe he was a prospect as well, and he fucked it up. I don't know.
Ask him.
About time. Fuck it.
I've been ready for this since Eden Prime.
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
Fuck yeah.
Any idea where to find him?
We will forward any relevant files to Ambassador Udina.
This meeting of the Council is adjourned.
You have to debrief with them after every mission, and they're always cunts.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've got
And
a
you
lot of
just
work
hang
to do.
up on them?
We're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies.
You'll get access to special equipment and training now. You should go down to the CSEC Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer.
Anderson, come with me.
Do I
I
get
need your help
special
to set
guns?
all this up.
You have to buy them.
Uh.
And no, you can't afford them. But Spectre gear is the best gear.
Bastard didn't even thank you.
He's got a lot on his mind. Come on.
Right behind you, Shepard.
I will say this. It would be pretty cool if I could talk in response to voice lines and AI would adjust accordingly. That would be cool. But I don't know how
I think the
effective or
third
good that
one
would be.
has some connect options
Oh.
where you can, which is kind of cool because you can tell your squad to move up.
Yeah, true.
So you can just tell them to cast abilities.
Yeah,
but
true.
I think
That-
also
yeah.
it works with dialogue.
Did you know that Helldivers? Did you tell me this, that Helldivers has an accessibility setting that you can have voice commands, which means that you can voice
most
command
games
the
allow
strikes.
most games allow it for accessibility.
So I think what we should do is play Helldivers with voice commands on.
I don't know how to get it working.
That
It's
would
like a
be
third-party
fucking
software.
awesome. Yes. But that would be fucking awesome.
300 years ago, the Geth drove my people into exile. We asked the council to wipe the synthetics out, but they ignored our pleas.
We asked them to do genocide.
Be here now.
They're robots. You can't genocide robots.
Who? The
The
Geth?
Geth. Aren't they synthetic organisms?
Okay.
There's no indication that they're sentient.
Says who?
There's absolutely no discussion about their sentience. There is no assumption that they are sentient synthetic
No,
beings.
they're sentient.
Okay.
They have an entire society.
So do ants. So do mushrooms. What are you talking about?
The reason why the Quarians were driven into exile is because the Geth are sentient.
But they could just be a rogue AI.
They are.
But I wouldn't
So
believe
that they're not
everything
sentient.
That's just it.
It's
AI's
just
advanced
following.
enough.
It's just following commands of an algorithm.
something like that without the council knowing?
Where am I meant to go?
I mean, that guy wanted to talk to you.
I'm on a break. Talk
Why
to
do they
someone
all
else
so
if you need
fucked up?
anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
Fair enough.
There probably was a quest to get there, but like
Probably
I
was.
said, it doesn't
That was
matter.
that
No,
was
it
funnier.
Who cares? Who cares? You just have to go to the hangar. Or maybe the embassies.
Should play Gears of War as well. Hell yeah.
In other news, Exogenicorp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week,
These are all side quests.
refused to comment.
What is?
You can go to that cluster on that
Ah.
planet.
Oh. I almost forgot that this was a game that you could travel planets.
Please do not disturb the keepers.
Don't tell me what to do, bitch.
She says, please. Go talk to that cop.
Yes. Where is it, Spunky Goo Man? There. Why are they so tall?
That Hanar refuses to listen to
Because
reason.
they got chicken legs.
Act in an orderly and lawful manner.
You're suppressing that Hanar's religious freedom. I want you to stop.
Stop
I should have known that a human wouldn't respect the laws
Fuck
of the
up,
Citadel. Why should the jellies get special treatment? Every other species
You're a
understands
jelly.
and obeys the laws.
If we harass this Hanar, we're going to have a diplomatic incident.
I finally was able to
I'm
do
not
it.
concerned with diplomatic incidents. I'm concerned with the law being broken.
We've explained the law. If the Hanar gets in trouble, it has nobody to blame but itself.
I suppose I can tell my superior that I attempted a diplomatic solution. Some other CSEC officer can arrest the Hanar. It's no longer my problem.
Hey, that's the
Thank
way.
you for your assistance.
That's it. Go lick boots somewhere else. Fuck off.
The officer has left, and this one is free to share the glory of the Enkindlers. This one offers its appreciation.
This is your opportunity to show people that the Hanar aren't crazy xenophobes. Don't waste it.
This one observes the wisdom of your words. This one has little money, but it can
I
offer
want your
this.
fucking money.
Now finally, this one can continue sharing the truth unimpeded.
What do you give you?
All races herald the glory of the Enkindlers, who raised them all to enlightenment.
Okay. Done.
Where there was only darkness, the
Helping people.
Enkindlers gave light.
Sure, let's go here. I think.
There's still the Asari consort if you want to talk to her.
Yeah. Is this where I needed to go, though?
Where did you go?
CSEC.
There's probably a quest here to pick up.
Okay. That quest.
The consort is next to the economic district. Oh, did it? Oh, it had it. Cool.
Welcome. I am Naylina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
No.
I think I'm done here.
Yes.
Oh, well, I hope you'll return again in the future. We always enjoy seeing new clients.
I'm just gonna go
Naylina. Yes, Shaira?
Send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with
See,
her.
told you. Knew I'd get through.
No, but if you say yes, they tell you how long the wait list is. It's pretty funny.
Oh, really? How long is
Yeah,
it?
it's like years.
That's fucking awesome.
It appears the consort has taken notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now.
Maybe later.
Yeah, right. But you could still say that and go right up there.
I'm gonna use.
If I have time, I'll speak with her.
Well, don't wait too long. I wouldn't want you to miss this opportunity. She'll be waiting upstairs if you choose to go.
No shit.
Oh,
So you literally can choose the option to not.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm a little nervous.
That's understandable. Many are a little unsure.
Why are you not blue?
What, humans can't work for the consort?
No.
It's just
Excluded. No race mixing, obviously.
Look, Pod.
That is close enough, Commander. I've heard a great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
I was literally thinking, who the fuck
What
are you?
exactly do you do?
That depends on your needs. I offer advice to some, comfort to others.
Oh, really?
I have a certain problem
Suck
that
my
could
dick.
use your expertise.
Okay, you're a sex therapist. We get it.
Tell me about this problem you're having.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in Cora's den, drinking and
Sorry, but I
spreading
probably
lies
killed
about
him.
me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier,
I think he's
I
dead.
believe he will listen
Bro,
to
she
you
wants
like
to
I can never
fuck.
be.
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative.
Not interested.
I don't make any promises, but I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Commander. That is all I can ask. Appeal to a sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him
What
to
the
stop
fuck
spreading
is
lies
this?
about me, I would be very grateful.
Bro, she wants to
Now I
fuck.
must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
You can fuck her
Let's get in this pod.
if you do her quest.
Okay.
What was that? Kill General Small Penis? Got it. You can talk to that human.
Fine.
She had a blue circle on her. I don't know if she gives you a quest.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's
Okay.
a prophet back on Earth.
Oh, it's Susie from Rugrats. Recognize that voice anywhere.
I can't do it now.
Fuck her.
I'm so goddamn hungry. I'm very distracted.
I've been waiting.
Okay. Alright. Oh god.
Hang on.
You can still hear the game? Yes.
Yeah, hang on. I got it. Boom. Thumbs up.
You know what the
13
fun
going
part
on
is?
30. Happy Halloween, guys. This video is obviously satire. I'm just trying to prove a point. I'm half white. I'm trying to show my heritage some love. So I got this video idea after watching the movie Am I Racist, created by Matt Walsh. in the documentary, there's this part where he interviews this young lady. I'm not going to say her name. I don't want her to get any more hate. I don't want her to get bullied anymore. But she's a young university student that used to go to ASU
Like, you'll
here in
contribute
Arizona.
to the bullying. She's already in the Matt Walsh movie. Don't worry. She's not going to add on to the bullying. The bullying will stop.
On this anti-racist journey.
You should know whose land you're on. Our existence as Americans is predicated on other people's suffering. Learn about who is suffering because of our existence on this stolen land. It is important to feel bad about what your ancestors did.
Embrace the pain.
Yeah.
No.
Well, she blew up online a few years back for all the wrong reasons.
Police lives matter?
You have the same sticker. We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker of the other.
But this is our space.
Oh my
We've
god.
got a police lives matter.
You really bringing
sticker.
this
We're
up?
getting kicked out. Can't do school.
Amazing.
Yeah, you just said we have to leave.
No, I said you're making this space uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable.
But you're white. Do you understand what a multicultural space? It means you're not being centered.
I actually hate this video with a
No, it's not a culture. It's white is not a culture. Say it again to the camera. You think whiteness is a culture?
This is insane.
So anyways, this is the violence that ASU does, and this is the type of people that they protect. Okay?
Are you gonna eat or not?
Yes, I'm gonna eat. This video fucking pisses me off. Everyone in this video is fucking awful. Every single person in this video is awful.
I know.
It's this video is the epitome of awful college students. And now I'm going.
You're white.
White man thinks he can take up our space, and this is why we need a multicultural space, because they think they can get away with this shit.
I'm gonna sit here the whole time and you can find somebody to kick.
That's cool. We will.
She claims to be a doctor. Allegedly she has her PhD in how to be racist. She's public on her Instagram page, but like it's weird because she only has 700 followers and she's public because she's trying to capitalize on this grifter victim thing she's doing. Her comments are turned off ever since the movie came out, so you can't make any comments. So don't go there. Don't think to bully her or anything. She's still young. She has time to grow. She also has a YouTube channel. I checked the other day and she had 1 subscriber. She couldn't ask her parents to subscribe, but I checked like yesterday and she has 2. I found an interview she was on YouTube after she released that video and got all the backlash for being a racist, and her playing victim in this video. Oh my, she's even like shaking and making it seem like she's a victim, but she's supposed to be a doctor. It's like, doctors don't cry.
It was a big culture shock moving. To a place like Arizona. It's just a very racist and not a friendly place for people of color, and so that was the environment that I started my PhD in.
So she explains in the interview that when she came to Arizona to go to the university, she has a culture shock because Arizona is so racist. I've lived in a few different states. I've lived in Indiana, Texas, Arizona, and California. I was born in California, but I lived most of my life in Arizona, and Arizona is not racist. Arizona's culture is very easy. If you're cool, you can kick it, which means she came here and she's not cool. She can't kick it. It's not like California where everyone thinks they're too good for everyone and entitled and don't talk to anyone. It's not like that here. If you're chill, if you can have a conversation, if you could joke around, if you don't get offended, if you're not a whiny little pussy bitch, if you're not a woke bitch, you're fine in Arizona. If you're a woke little crybaby victim, you're not going to last here. You're not. So she came to Arizona, realized she wasn't popular, and then became a whiny little victim.
Oh my god. This video is so unhinged.
victim, started her own club at the university called the Multicultural Club, which means no whites allowed. In this club, she was asking the university to
the show.
Thanks. I'm glad to be with you.
So what are your favorite chips and why?
Well, I love Better Made chips because they're made in Detroit, of course, and they're delicious. And I've seen them made.
Was that too much?
And I've eaten them right off the line, and there's nothing.
That was too much for you?
They let you into the factory?
Yeah, they did.
Wow. Okay, let's open them up.
All right.
Let's see what it's all about.
These are potato sticks. So
Yes,
they're a little
it's all
different,
I
but
could find.
they're kind
I
of fun.
know.
Aren't they good?
Crispy. And what about the chip factory? Any secrets? Any things you can share about what goes on there?
No, I peeled some potatoes. And it's just cool manufacturing happening in Michigan and agriculture. Agriculture in the country after California.
Oh my gosh, love it. Yeah. Okay, let's switch gears a little bit from chips to abortion. You have been such a big proponent of reproductive rights for women. You also are very uniquely positioned to talk to people who don't agree with you, right? You've really managed to do superhuman things in Michigan on so many different issues. How do you approach talking about reproductive rights with someone who is against abortion?
Well, I always want to make a seat at the table for someone who doesn't see the world the same way. You know, I know that if we're not talking to one another, we have zero shot of finding common ground. So we've got to at least start the conversation. During our, work on reproductive rights in Michigan, I sat across the table from so many Republican women who looked me in the eye and they said, I am not a Democrat. I did not vote for you in 2018, but I'm knocking doors because you are the only one who's talking about this issue. And it's important to me, even though I'm on the other side of the aisle. You know, for people who don't agree with me on reproductive rights, I'm confident there's other things that we could find common ground on.
No, you
but
don't agree with
it starts
me on
with talking to one
reproductive
another.
rights?
It starts with listening. It starts with
I don't give a
actually asking
fuck.
someone else questions and not judging them, but trying to understand.
Right, listening and actually not just listening to come up with your point, but actually listening to what they value and what they care about.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have 2 daughters. When they come back home and they leave their Stanley cups lying around, do you ever think about getting a post-birth abortion?
What the
Well,
fuck
first of all,
is that question?
thank you for raising that because there's no such thing.
Great.
So I think it's really
On the
important
record.
for us to make sure people understand that when people like Donald Trump say that after
Whitmer?
birth abortion.
Gretchen? Big Gretch?
Big Gretch.
That's not true.
It's so funny that name caught on.
You can go.
Abortion, that's just not really a thing that exists. So, but I understand the sentiment when you're talking about leaving cups and dishes around. Every parent in America knows that feeling where you want your kid just to put the damn cup in the dishwasher.
You know what? It's so hard when we're home. It's like that part.
How
of the
dare you
brain
be
just
born,
shuts
you
off.
little
I'm
cunt.
sorry. As a daughter, I'm partially responsible. Okay, and then speaking of men who lie, would you rather be in a forest alone with Donald Trump or with a bear?
A bear.
A bear?
Yes.
Why?
Because I might have a better shot of reasoning with the bear.
He'll actually listen to women? Yeah.
Maybe.
Wait, Gretch, have I got a
to
video
talk
to
about-
show you?
Obviously, you were
there's reason.
involved in this horrible kidnapping plot, but you actually wanted to sit down with one of the men who planned this
Still better
kidnapping
than
plot
Trump.
against you. What was the reason for that? What was behind that? What was your intention?
Although you can
Well, like
run
I said,
from Trump.
I love to listen and try to understand what's going on with people. Now, there were 14 people out of 330 million in this country. There were 14 who decided they wanted to kidnap and kill the governor who told them to wear a mask. I want to understand what was really going on there. That's not a rational thing. There were a couple of them who cooperated with the government and testified against their fellow co-conspirators and showed remorse. Those are the people that I'd like to just see if there's something to learn from it. That'll make me a better governor, help me understand so that I can be a better human being. Maybe there's some value that could happen from it, and I'd like to try.
Wow, that's incredible. And it sort of taps into this conversation, I think, nationally, of how we address masculinity, how we address a lot of men who feel disaffected, who feel lost, and who end up being vulnerable to joining extremist groups like the one that you were a victim of. Do you think that we're addressing that issue in the right way? And do you think that it's, again, about listening and about trying to understand, even though people are acting in ways that are, violent and inappropriate?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about what's happening with younger males in this country, right? Whether it is in our suburbs or in rural areas, I do want to understand, because I do care about every person. I want to make sure that every person has a path to prosperity. Yeah. This is why I think, this moment and thinking about all the great stuff that has happened in manufacturing and good paying jobs that are now growing across the country, and advanced manufacturing, it's gives people opportunity and hope
Michigan,
and a way to take care of their families and live their version of the American dream.
What does advanced
I wanna make sure
manufacturing
that
mean?
as we're navigating what comes next, that there's opportunity for every person, and
Manufacturing that's advanced.
that means listening and understanding what's really going on with people.
Yeah. And do you feel like the Democratic Party has done a good job of speaking to men directly, right? Because the right is talking to them. Donald Trump has invested a lot of money, a lot of time, J.D. Vance too, on going on these podcasts, going into the manosphere, and sort of they're offering a response to that. What's the Democratic response to men who feel like the party has given up on them?
I think Democrats want to solve problems, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. This is, we can't get the 60 Minutes interview. We got the big Gretsch Chips interview.
I think you're right that the other side is connecting, but they're feeding the anger. They're not solving the problems.
We can definitely get Gretsch on Hot Ones.
Yeah.
I think that's a really diametrically different approach. One wants to benefit themselves by feeding someone else's
It wouldn't be
anger,
an awful idea
and the other
for
wants
Kamala
to
Harris
actually address
to
the anger and give people a
do Hot
path
Ones.
forward.
Everyone's saying it.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to be saying it.
Like just like of an idea that really isn't a bad idea. Like what a better way. Like Sean Evans, his interviewing style is so softball. There's no hard questions, right? I would argue that getting a political figure, especially someone running for the presidency currently sitting in office, he should get the questions a bit more hardbally, not just like, I've deep dived your Instagram, here's some curated images from your life that nobody actually believes is a real thing. It's obviously just curation. But like actually dive into her as a person, try and really get her to break media training, if you would. Really try and break a person down. I think that he would be the perfect one to do that. And on top of the hot wings. Also, there's one called The Bomb. You could easily throw in a slight jab at the US government with that as well. So, yeah, some thoughts.
Nardwar's still around.
Probably work to do to make sure that we're connecting with people where they are in the manosphere or wherever it is.
Nardwar.
I don't know.
Never heard that phrase until you just used it.
Because you're a loser.
But I appreciate the wisdom of that, because I do think we got to meet people where they are. It's not about thinking one's worthy or the other. It's about making sure that every person's got that opportunity.
Right. And what would you say to a man who feels like he can't vote for a woman? He can't vote for Kamala Harris.
I think, we deserve and need a commander-in-chief who is tough. We're going to have to deal with, the worst of the worst bullies around the globe, from Vladimir Putin to, Chinese leadership to what's happening in
Vladimir Putin to Chinese.
She definitely can't pronounce the
We've
name.
got to have a tough commander-in-chief, not someone who kowtows or changes their mind.
I think there's
but you can say kowtow.
I think there's a reason why she was like, no, I'm not interested in running for president, because she knows she's not ready.
Yeah.
She probably couldn't like come up with a lot of names off the top of her head because she's
Yes.
like concerned with Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the crash courses Tim Walz has to be taken right now.
Yeah. Are there
Also, maybe not
options?
even be elected.
Like are there options here? Are we just talking about like the mainstream beers, like the regular ones? Are we talking about because like I really like the James Squire beers, but I will not tell people to buy James Squire beers because I worked for one of the bars and it's dog shit
Slurms
management,
McKenzie.
dog shit company.
Every 5 minutes, or
I haven't finished the answer yet.
Who is on an ego trip. Kamala Harris stood her ground in that debate. I think she showed she is worthy of being our commander-in-chief, and regardless of what the gender of the two are, there's one who's qualified and ready to go and is tough enough for the job, and that's Harris.
Again,
Pause the video.
You have such a unique experience of being able to talk to people and.
I didn't finish
You
answering.
have something worthless to say?
I didn't finish answering. You can go on tangents and stop videos entirely to talk to chat, but I can't. Fuck off. Okay, so like VB sucks. Don't even try. You're not gonna get anything like German beer, so don't even expect it. Some of the craft beer is fine. Carlton Draft is fine. It's a bit heavy. James Bogues, is that the one you're talking about? Or Cascade? There's two. I used to work in bars, so I know all this shit. But yeah, it's like it depends on what you want. A lot of people here drink the lighter, low carb beers. Thinking European brand off the top of my head is not working. But yeah, it's like the low carb ones, like the Carlton Dries, the 4X Golds, the Corona is a really popular beer in Australia. So like think that kind of beer. Then you've also got the heavy beers, the 4.8% ones, which is like your VBs, your Carlton Drafts, just stuff like that. So it really depends. It really depends on taste, but I prefer a like Australian pale ale more than anything else. So that's my opinion. What options have you got? Yeah, Cascade sucks. Cascade's a very old Australian beer. Only old people drink them, and mostly they're used for shandies, which is lemonade and beer. Okay, you can go.
Sort of, bring them to your side. What do you think is the most misunderstood thing about working
Am I bigger than
aisle?
Hassan?
What do you think is holding back people from talking to their neighbors who don't agree with them or who have the opposite signs as they do? What would be your message to those people?
I think it's preconceived notions, and we're just talk to people who agree with us, and we're better off, and we're learning if we're talking to people who have a little different
you always put a lime in a Corona.
Experience. I will tell you that some of the best friends that I've made over the course of my political career were on the other side of the aisle. People who, we would roll up our sleeves and we could duke it out on the floor and then go out and have a beer afterward. And I think that's something that is lost today, where people see someone who doesn't agree with them and they just consider them an opponent or enemy on all fronts. We all pay a price for that. And I think we feel it in the stress of everyday life in this country. We feel it in a Congress that's not getting the job done, whether it's working together to secure the border or create opportunity for people. It is, we all pay a price when we lack that ability and that skill and that curiosity.
Yeah, love that. Be curious, not furious.
Exactly.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. For whatever this is, eating chips together. Cheers.
Cheers.
What was the really two? The beer? Yeah, Cascade. Nobody drinks Cascade here. Heineken's fine. I am not a fan of European beers, to be completely honest. They're a bit too. The bitterness is a bit too sharp for me.
Yeah. Besides here, Yingling is like better Heineken.
The Chinese beer.
No. It's
What
a
the fuck?
local. It's a local northeastern beer.
Really?
Yeah. It's like
Interesting.
not like it's not like a upper echelon beer,
Mm.
right? But because it's local, it's only
People
a little
buy
bit
it, yeah.
more expensive than Bud.
Ah. Okay.
so
Interesting.
it's pretty affordable.
Interesting.
So
Interesting.
it's like a mass produced craft beer in a way.
Ah, interesting. Yeah,
it's
James Squire is that as well. James Squire is just a mass-produced
but
craft
it's
beer.
like a really good like baseline. Like like it's definitely not fancy.
Yeah.
Because like you know how like Stella Artois, that's like a fancy Heineken.
Yes. I actually don't
Okay.
mind those, to be completely honest, but they're not my go-to. I
That's
really
more of the
like
that's more of
Japanese
the
beer.
flavor profile though
Yeah.
that we're talking about
Yeah.
is that category.
My food.
Beck's, that
Yes,
one
Beck's.
as well.
Yeah.
But it's like better than Beck's. Who likes white people? Stop repressing our white culture. How are our white children going to survive in this climate with all the immigrants coming over the border? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's happening again. Hello, HR? Hello, HR? Yeah, it's me. It's happening again. Why did he go away like when the video finished? Can't believe him.
You could have played a different one. I still haven't eaten my
Nah.
food. Fucking.
I don't know what else is funny.
Oh, fine. I'll do it. Don't worry.
What's funny here?
I will
Because
pick
people
something.
said, can we watch something funny instead of cringe? And that was about the funniest thing I found on that list.
Something funny. All right, I will find something funny. Give me
I'm sure.
1 second.
Coming right up.
Yes. Let's go with this one. Share screen. This one. This one. If it's not funny, I'll find a different one. We'll see what happens.
There, you've probably heard all sorts of stories about the
Huh?
It's just blatant racism.
What is?
See if it's funny. No, if you think because you think it's funny and it's just blatant racism.
No, this has been on the list for a little bit. I watched one of this guy's videos a couple weeks back, and it was kind of funny. So I put this on the list because was Yugoslavia actually a good state? Is kind of funny. It's a kind of a funny question because like Tito is basically the only semi-acceptable commie leader.
Yeah, he still sucks.
Still sucks. But I'll keep looking.
nation and how great and glorious its past was. Stories of great economic prosperity, impeccable military, world-class education, healthcare, and that it was so safe that you could sleep on a bench soundly. Indeed, nostalgia for socialist Yugoslavia and its time is something deeply present in today's generation that grew up in the country. According to a poll done by Gallup,
Isn't that the-
poll, which examined the opinion of people from
That's just
the
like-
6 republics of Yugoslavia.
That's just like conservative shit, though. That's just like conservative old people saying, "Yeah, it was better before," because they're dumb and don't want.
Yeah, you
the
don't have to say
overall
they're
opinion
dumb. We
about
got
the
it at conservative.
country varied quite a bit from republic to republic. The countries that saw the breakup as overwhelmingly negative were Serbia at 81% of the population, Bosnia at 77%, Montenegro 65%, and Macedonia at 61%.
Can't say that.
Whilst the population in Slovenia was almost equally split at 41%, seeing it as favorable, and 40% not. The only two from this group that had an overwhelmingly positive view of the dissolution were Croatia at 55%,
Really? What the hell?
with only 23% thinking it was a mistake.
Wasn't
and
Tito
Kosovo at
Croatian?
75%, with only 10%
Wasn't Tito Croatian though?
Not a real country.
Croatia.
seeing it as an error. So, as the past country is held in such high regard by millions of people, the question arises, was it really that good? So, let's explore that question and figure out what socialist Yugoslavia was really like. One of the first things many Yugo-nostalgics will mention is the sense of safety and ethnic unity. According to them, overall, it didn't matter what one's nationality nor religion was, as everyone was seen as
Sounds
just
like that
as
Wolfenstein
Yugoslavs, and that's it. The nation was a multicultural country whose main ethnic groups in 1991 consisted of 36% Serbs, 20% Croats, 10% Bosniaks, 9% Albanians, 8% Slovenes, with the rest declaring themselves with any other ethnicity,
What about
which
the
made up another
Muslims?
20%. As such, the country, according to the memories of many since its foundation in 1945, was able to hold together all of them under one nation and flag, with the overarching idea of brotherhood and unity. The country was also extremely safe, and while this was relatively...
It's literally the USSR before the USSR, is what I'm hearing here, or like a bilateral, they've risen bilaterally with the USSR and then combined themselves later.
True, the reality of the political situation in Yugoslavia was a bit more complicated than what's shown on the surface. While Yugoslavia was somewhat stable throughout most of its existence, it was often at the cost of political freedoms of its people. The communists, unlike the Kingdom of Yugoslavia before them, based the Yugoslav identity and the brotherhood and unity itself on a common all-Yugoslav experience of a struggle for freedom and independence during the Second World War against German occupation and fascism. As such, this was a shared ideological value that overarchingly unified its ethnically diverse population. Because of that, the similarities between the Yugoslav peoples were overrepresented, while the more divisive ethnic elements, such as religion and ethnic nationalism, were suppressed, often through repressive measures such as jailing, exile, and murder, most often used to rid of Tito's political opponents and undesirables both in Yugoslavia and abroad, carried out by its state security apparatus, shortened to UDBA in Serbo-Croatian. One of the most gruesome reminders of this suppression is the infamous ex-prison camp Goli Otok. From 1949 until 1956, the camp
Well, it's interesting, not that funny.
Else, it's good to just remind ourselves of the fragility of elections in the United States and why your vote, yes, I'm talking to you, really does matter in shaping the next 4 years, and hell,
I'm Australian.
I'm crazy, maybe even beyond? Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a guy with a climate science and policy degree and a raging obsession with an election that happened almost a quarter of a century ago, and this is a video about stealing a presidential election. Welcome to Climate Town. In the year 1999, a significant portion of the country genuinely believed that when the date rolled over from 99 to 00, all of our computers would self-destruct, launch the nukes, and destroy America's economy. It was called Y2K, and it was a dumb thing to be afraid of, but in their defense, in 1999, computers looked like this. But the new year came and went, and with Y2K safely in the rearview mirror, Americans could focus on the two things that really mattered. The hit single Who Let the Dogs Out by the Baja Men, Who Let the Dogs Out? And the 2000 presidential election. Choose your character. In the blue corner.
It was literally a coding thing that was fixed with a single line of code. It was never a real threat. It was just a silly overlooked code that people turned into a crazy conspiracy. As far as I'm aware, anyway.
Was Al Gore. He cut his teeth as a Democratic senator from Tennessee before becoming vice president to a saxophone-toting, sexual relations with that woman-denying president by the name of Bill Clinton. Gore released a best-selling book about global warming and the environment back here in 1992. He released the award-winning documentary An Inconvenient Truth that supercharged climate change awareness here in 2006. But here in 2000, he's running for president.
Today, I announce that I am a candidate for President of the United States.
And in the red corner is George W. Bush. Not to be confused with his father and the president from 8 years earlier, George H.W. Bush.
I am actually very interested because I've heard about this and I've never looked into it. So I'm very interested.
What?
The 2000 election.
Yeah, it's the reason everything is wrong today.
Mm.
Regular W. Bush was a Texas oil man.
Yeah. Yeah, Reagan was the first. Reagan's the real one. He's the one that really did it. This is just a side effect. This is a shockwave.
Who founded an oil and gas exploration firm, then became the co-owner of the Texas Rangers, and then became the governor of Texas, and in the year 2000, he's the Republican candidate for president.
We will renew America's purpose.
It's Gore versus Bush. It's Climate Guy versus Texas Oil Man. It's election 2000, and it's right now.
No! Ah! Why would you do this?
We have the much stupider electoral college.
Fucking idiot.
Where states are assigned point values, and each candidate tries to win the highest stakes board game on earth. And that means close elections can often come down to just a couple of states that could swing either way. But remember, this is also a TV show, which means networks are foaming at the mouth to call states as early and often as they can, filling up the map and making politics feel like Wheel of Fortune.
George Bush, he carries his home state of Texas.
Washington State goes for Gore.
Sarah, you hit the jackpot with $1 million.
And then, at 7:49 p.m. Eastern Time, NBC felt they asked enough Floridians exiting the polls who they voted for, and they were ready to make the call.
So sorry to interrupt you. Mike, you know I wouldn't do this if it weren't...
Is that really how they call this shit? They interview people leaving. That's incredible. You know what I'd say if I voted and somebody asked me who I'd voted for? None of your fucking business. And that's the answer everybody should give. So this
Literally
doesn't fucking happen. I didn't realize that's what exit polls were. That's retarded. That's fucking dumb.
Big. Florida goes for Al Gore.
It was massive. Florida had 25 electoral votes, and if Gore took it, the Bush path to victory looked rail thin. The other networks followed suit, and it seemed like a wrap then and there. Except it wasn't a wrap, because as actual voting data replaced exit polling data, Gore's lead began to shrink. And something positively weird was going on because Florida polling stations were inundated with voters calling to say they were confused about the ballot and they were worried that their vote might have gone to the wrong person. Curious! Then, 2 hours later at 9:55 p.m.
NBC News is now taking Florida out of Vice President Gore's column and putting it back in the too close to call column.
As the other states fell into place, only Florida was left undecided, which means whoever won Florida would win the election. Then at 2:16 a.m., roughly 6 hours past their target demo's bedtime,
Fox News now projects George W. Bush the winner in Florida, and thus it appears the winner of the presidency of the United States.
The other networks followed suit, and Al Gore was left sitting in a hotel room staring at every major news network in the country, telling him he had lost an election that all the exit polling data said he had won. So Al Gore picked up the phone, called Bush to concede, and then left to go deliver the official concession
Unfucking believable. So he didn't even wait, he just conceded.
Al Gore had not lost the presidential election. Yeah, and he would have known that if he had thought to call his...
Wait, so he conceded, which is why he lost, is what you're telling me.
There's more.
Is that really what...
Jack, there's 30 more parts to this story.
Does it get worse?
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
His own numbers guy, Michael Hooley,
Don't forget,
who was
one
keeping careful...
One of the best things that would have happened if Gore stayed in, the FBI that stopped the first 9/11 attempt would still have been there.
So there's a potential that 9/11 would have never happened.
Potentially.
Amazing.
Gore knew how serious Al-Qaeda was. He was the VP under Clinton.
Yeah. Unfucking believable.
Track of the Florida vote.
He said, we're at the war memorial, and I asked why. And he said, we're about to concede. And I said, for what? We haven't lost.
The whole thing was a clusterfuck in a number of ways, but most importantly, it was so close.
I'm so confused why Gore would be more reliant on the fucking news media than his own guy. Also, this is why the news should be banned from projecting calls until it's done. Again, the news is
but then
rampant
how will we do our bunker stream?
Consistently a part of the problem. This is emblematic of it, really. Fucking hell.
Close that it had automatically triggered Florida Election Code 102.141, legally requiring an automatic recount of all the votes in the state. This election was not over. But Al Gore didn't know that, and was literally walking to the stage to concede the election when his senior advisor David Morehouse ran his ass down and stopped it.
Fucking crazy.
The drama. Imagine that moment. I wish I had a clip of it. I don't, but I super wish I did. Luckily, HBO made it.
I really dislike this guy's presentation, but the information provided it's correct is intriguing enough.
Cousins.
Huh?
He reminds me of my cousins.
A made-for-TV movie about the 2000 election, and it did include this goofy-ass reenactment.
No, Mr. Vice President!
Oh my god.
Mr. Vice President! Mr. Vice President!
Oh my god.
I'm good. Mr. Vice President? Mr. Vice President? Sir?
Hey, Al!
Please, Mr. Vice President. There's a problem with the numbers in Florida.
Awful.
And then, in the most awkward phone call of his entire life, Gore called Bush back to unconcede.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, Bush was pretty fucking pissed. The conversation got heated, and Gore apparently ended the call with something to the effect of, "I don't care what your little brother says, this isn't over." And that's a pretty badass.
I hope that's true. That's pretty funny.
It's also a little confusing, but in this case it makes perfect sense because George Bush's little brother is Jeb Bush. And in the year 2000, Jeb Bush was the governor of Florida.
I told my
Come
brother
on
we were
with
going
the
to carry
copyright
Florida for
shit,
him. Is
bro.
that going to be a truthful statement?
Like, what the
Just
fuck?
throwing
Man?
it in there. Non-stop.
Where the 5.8 million votes cast in Florida would be machine recounted to see if Bush's 1,784 vote lead would hold. And as the computers rescanned the votes, Bush's lead steadily shrank down to just 327 votes. But that's not all. There were an additional 171,000 ballots that the machines had just skipped because either they couldn't read any vote or they read multiple votes.
Very cool.
Which makes sense if you remember the many, many, many calls on election day about confusing ballots and defective equipment.
Yep.
These are the same computers that we thought might fire nuclear weapons at Russia if they weren't sure what year it was. Good thing Florida state law says we'll take these 171,000 ballots and recount them by hand, right?
Florida law, and the law in many other states, calls for a careful check by real people of the machine results in elections like this one.
But Team Bush had a slightly different take. They wanted to not count any more votes and declare George Bush president immediately. And in situations like this, you'd hope there'd be someone to step in and say, get f***ed, we're counting all the votes. I'd even settle for a simple, sorry, but counting votes is how democracy worked. And that person should...
We currently have 0. Did the stream die?
No, it's still going on.
The fuck?
That counter sucks.
Yeah, the numbers have been fucked. Like, 1 on YouTube apparently. Don't know.
Could have been Florida Secretary of State Katherine Harris. Now, in a wild coincidence, the co-chair of George Bush's Florida presidential campaign was also a woman named Katherine Harris, and in an even wilder coincidence, it was the same person.
Amazing.
That's right. Both the Florida governor and the Secretary of State in charge of maintaining the integrity of the election had actively campaigned for George Bush, which is a really hard position to be in if you're Al Gore. Luckily, he did have one thing going for him. He got more votes in Florida than George Bush did.
Bro, again! Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, I'm leaving a comment.
Don't tell him we're stealing his content.
Fuck this guy.
Bush by kind of a lot. Unfortunately, some serious problems with Florida's voting system invalidated literally thousands of ballots that would have gone for Gore.
Is this copywritten?
Who knows? Probably with this guy.
Across the whole state of Florida showed up to the polls and found they're not allowed to vote. That's right, newly elected governor and longtime little brother Jeb Bush oversaw a purge of the voter rolls that accidentally included a lot of legal voters who overwhelmingly voted Democratic.
He looked at the roll and he looked at me and he said, "We have a problem, you're not on the roll."
Sorry about that. Now, down here in Palm Beach County, they used a ballot with such bad graphic design that thousands of Democratic Jewish voters accidentally voted for the alt-right anti-Semitic candidate Pat Buchanan.
Amazing.
The Democrats were listed second. I punched the second hole. And that second hole was for Pat Buchanan.
And this is not just like,
amazing,
my opinion, man. Here's Pat Buchanan himself.
If the two candidates they pushed were Buchanan and Gore, almost certainly those are Al Gore's votes and not mine.
And as if printing your ballot on a bunch of goddamn origami cranes isn't bad enough, voters up here in Duval County were instructed to vote on every page of their ballot. But anyone who followed those instructions had their vote invalidated because there were 2 pages of presidential candidates. And these aren't just like a couple of votes. In Florida, there was a vote for Gore on 84,000 of these invalid multi-vote ballots compared to just 37,000 multi-vote ballots that included Bush. But the Bush legal team was prepared to swear on their mother's lives that a bunch of elderly Jewish Democrats had voted alt-right and that the multi-vote ballots were uncountable because technically there's no way to tell for...
You have to understand, like, when we talk about American politics and how dangerous Trump is, think about this election. How different the world would be if democracy was actually allowed to happen.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
This is how they win. Right?
Fucking hell.
And it could most definitely happen again.
Yeah.
Like,
for sure, who the...
Like, what the fuck?
I feel more confident Trump is going to be president every day.
voter was trying to vote for.
If it's
Not
close to
even
call,
if the
it's gonna
candidates
go to them.
were Al Gore and also popular write-in candidate Al Gore.
You want to be ideologically pure, or do you want to win? They said we want to win.
And under the time pressure, there seemed to be no practical way for the Gore legal team to contest any of those multi-votes, the accidental Buchanan votes, or the purge votes. That's thousands of votes flushed away, man.
I fucking hate this guy so much.
But wait, because there was a ballot issue that they could go after. In some counties, voters have to punch out little paper circles known as chads. It sounds simple, but sometimes that chad hangs on for dear life. And other times, that chad receptacle fills up so goddamn full that you can't punch yours out at all.
Oh, that's
now
cool.
you got yourself one of the thousands of pregnant or dimpled chad ballots that never got counted. But since these chad-stricken no votes could indicate just one candidate, the Gore team set their sights on hand recounting ballots with pregnant or dimpled or swinging chads, and in doing so, ushered in a dynasty of just the absolute hackiest talk show jokes.
I had to go to the doctor today. You know why? I have a hanging chad.
And so the entire 2000 presidential election basically came down to 61,000 ballots in Florida that machines thought were blank. Would they be counted or would they be thrown away? We'll find out next time. Just kidding, let's find out right now. The Gore team struck first by requesting recounts in just 4 heavily Democratic counties where they thought they'd uncover a boatload of dimpled and hanging chad ballots with Al Gore's name all over them. The Bush team immediately sues to stop the hand recounts on the grounds that Gore was selecting favorable counties.
Bro, imagine suing to stop a hand recount of ballots. That's fucking crazy.
Gore counters in a televised address.
I am also prepared, if Governor Bush prefers, to include in this recount all the counties in the entire state of Florida.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, at this point, I see no way, provided everything here is correct and there's
no, we know
omissions,
he won. It's
then,
like,
yeah.
it's like.
So how is this guy allowed to remain president?
Oh, just wait.
Stop the 4 recounts, but loses the case and the recounts are a go. Point Gore. But the Bush bench is deep. They had to let the recount start, but no one said they had to let it finish. So Secretary of State and Team Bush MVP Katherine Harris tightened the recount deadline, and Republicans worked to slow down the actual vote counting itself.
Incredible.
They argued over every vote.
Vote for 6 Republican Party challenges.
4 more votes for Gore. Election Supervisor Jane Carroll, a Republican, voted against this count.
They had to shut down the counting template.
They just filibustered, basically.
They literally said any votes that's for the guy we don't like, we're not going to count.
Incredible. Surely you can just be like, shut the fuck up. Surely. Fucking insane.
Rarely, because the canvassing board members had to run to court to go appear before the judge to talk about whether or not we were eating chads.
Katherine Harris then attempted to stop the entire hand recount early.
I've decided it is my duty under Florida law to exercise my discretion in denying these requested amendments.
He should have been impeached for this.
She campaigned for Bush.
Like how are we impeaching Trump and not Bush?
Hold on, so she campaigned for Bush.
Yeah.
Yes. Then prematurely.
Well, don't worry, because we
shut
have
down
3 branches. We have 3 branches of government. That's how we balance it, Jack.
Prematurely shut down the recount to go for the guy that she was campaigning for. This is direct corruption. How is he
Surely
allowed
a third
to take
branch
office?
of government will solve this.
Was denied by the Florida Supreme Court. Undeterred, Katherine Harris follows up by stating she won't accept any recounts unless they're completely finished in the next 3 days. The Gore legal team says, hey, you can't do that, and the Florida Supreme Court steps in and says, stop fucking around, and gives them a week to do the recount. There was only one question left on everybody's mind.
Who let the dogs out?
Bro.
No, come on, bro.
Seriously.
Who would win this?
It's not funny either. Like, it's shit cut-ins.
election. With the
Daily Wire
recount in
shit.
full swing, things looked very good for Gore. He picked up 93 new votes in Volusia County, and if their projections were right, Gore would win another 300 to 400 votes in Palm Beach.
Dude, there's no fucking way.
Get these spoilers. Get these spoilers out of chat.
Oh my god.
Spoilers.
Another
I told
100
you
in
it gets
Miami-Dade, and up to 500 in Broward County. Even on the low side, that would be enough to put Al Gore right back on top. Pretty good news for the Democrats. The Republicans, on the other hand, weren't about to let a lead slip away. They devised a new method to ensure none of those votes got counted. In Miami-Dade, a young Roger Stone had teamed up with other Republican operatives, and while the hand recount was happening on the 18th floor of the Clark Center building, a horde of what appeared to be angry Floridian protesters stormed the building.
Whoa, what? You mean this January 6th wasn't the first time they did all this shit? Crazy, it's not uniquely Trump? Wow.
Stop.
Wow, that sounds oddly familiar.
The count, stop the fraud. An instant classic. This horde of men in suits
Certified
banging
wood
on
plastic.
windows and attempting to disrupt an American presidential election would become known as the Brooks Brothers Riot, after one of Gore's lawyers was chased down and harassed for the crime of having a sample ballot in his hand.
Amazing.
The Miami-Dade canvassing board felt sufficiently threatened, and they had had enough. They stopped the recount.
Wow.
And if you're wondering if this was a spontaneous bunch of protesters or some kind of group of Republican operatives trying to steal an election for their team, here's a picture I think can really answer that question.
Absolutely fucking incredible. So how many of these people are still around in or around Trump's campaign?
Not many.
How many? Roy Cooper, it seems like it's Rory Cooper, don't worry.
No recount means no change in votes from Miami-Dade. But surely the Palm Beach County votes could go Gore's way, right? Yeah, they could have, if they had finished the recount. But since Katherine Harris was Secretary of State, she was able to move the Palm Beach County deadline up a day to the Sunday after Thanksgiving.
So the Secretary of State has apparently decided to shut us down with approximately 2 hours perhaps left to go. And that's how she chose to exercise her discretion. We believe there are approximately 800 to 1,000 ballots left to count. So unfortunately, at this time, we have no other choice but then to shut down the supervisor of elections.
Hot take that's not really that fucking hot. Democracy takes time, and it should be given all the time that it needs. If you're putting time limits on it, you're anti-democratic, and you are literally subverting the voice of the people. You are scum.
Hey, stop fighting.
Needs to hurriedly gather all the paperwork and prepare to file the returns that we have. We certainly don't want to get anything in there at 5:01.
Palm Beach submitted a partial recount, and Katherine Harris gave him the old 2 for flinching and rejected it for being incomplete. Once again, Al Gore would get
unfucking believable. Rejected it for being incomplete. Stopped it early so it was incomplete. Fucking amazing. Truly, truly fucking incredible.
none of the newly counted votes, and it looked like this whole refusing to count votes in a Democratic election was a real winning strategy for Team Bush.
I hereby declare Governor George W. Bush the winner of Florida's 25 electoral votes for the President of the United States.
But not so fast, Jackson, because Team Gore knows how to play the hits. They filed yet another lawsuit, and the Florida Supreme Court decided that they weren't going to let a bunch of computers that looked like this and George Bush's two best friends decide who got to be president.
The court shall order a manual recount of all undervotes in any Florida county where such a recount has not yet occurred.
The Florida Supreme Court ordered a hand recount of the entire state.
Right, just vote harder. Don't you understand?
Yeah, if they voted harder, they would have punched the ticket.
Just vote for Jill Stein. Obviously.
Then the Chad would have been complete if they voted hard enough.
Because they weren't about to let Florida be the butt of everybody's jokes for the next 24 years. That's right, it's the Supreme Court of the United States. And under the flimsiest of legal pretext, they've decided to take Bush's case. Rather than let Florida complete a legally mandated hand recount of their own votes, the 5 Republican-appointed conservative justices closed ranks and voted 5-4 to stop the count and end the election.
Yeah, I'm confused here. Why is the Supreme Court interfering with the states? Isn't that a direct breach of the Constitution?
But that's how we balanced it.
Isn't that a direct breach of the Constitution?
This is how it balances.
Why is the federal government? Why is the federal government overriding the state Supreme Court?
Because the Constitution was written by men, not God.
Fair enough.
Officially handing the presidency to the guy who both lost the popular vote and received fewer votes in the deciding state. 5-4, huh? So you do understand democracy. And as if to admit that they shouldn't have stepped in to subvert an election, the 5 conservative majority...
It's fucking crazy. Actually crazy.
Supreme Court ruled for possibly the first and only time that this decision was not precedent. It would only apply in this one case.
You'll never hear conservatives argue that the United States is a republic, not a democracy, and use this as a source. If anything shows it's a republic, it's that.
True. That is very true.
Let's all just forget about the time a conservative Supreme Court stepped in and stopped an election that was actively counting votes and handed it to the Republicans.
It's probably because this is not a good look. It's like, oh yeah, America isn't a democracy. Look at the 2000 election. It's like, oh, so you admit that Bush is the reason 9/11 happened, Iraq War, everything since, every war since, relations between America and the West and the East.
Even if 9/11 did happen still.
Gore probably wouldn't have invaded Iraq, I bet.
Like who knows how the Afghanistan talks would have went.
Yeah, true.
Because again, you have to keep in mind that Clinton's admin would have carried over. A lot of people would have stayed in the same roles, or they just moved jobs. You know how like Putin is president and then prime minister. You know. All the people in Biden's cabinet were in the last one too.
Yeah.
So, because of that, you would have people who still knew the importance of Al-Qaeda, and they wouldn't just file these reports away. So there's a lot of different things that might have happened. Also, we would have maybe today, people who are dying from a hurricane wouldn't be dead.
True.
Because America would be the leader on climate change.
This is also true. Maybe Australia would have nuclear energy. Who fucking knows?
Like this Green New Deal would have happened.
Maybe Chinese propaganda wouldn't be as strong as it is because we would have had diplomatic relations with China to work towards green futures instead of them.
Well, and then also this is Deng Xiaoping.
Policies. Yes, it would have been Deng Xiaoping before.
Xi.
Before, so even better. Xi Jinping may
even if it's not Deng, it's the era of Deng.
Yes, and Xi Jinping may have never risen to power.
Yeah, and this is why. This is my issue. This is why I try not to think about it.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a little.
It can
foolish.
never happen.
Exactly,
it's a
little foolish to opine on what could have been. It's just,
and
it's
that's
foolish.
what I say. About like Buddhism, where if you focus on the past, it's just as pointless as focusing on the future.
Yes.
And it's technically time traveling. It's just like your inner self, your spirit going through time. But when you're in that deep thought and you're traveling through time that will never exist, your body fails to exist in the present. because you're
yes.
too focused inside your head on pointless things.
Yes.
And there have been some incredible think pieces written about this whole affair, but possibly the best quote comes from the dissenting opinion.
It also gets you like really riled up. It's like
No. It should get you riled up.
No, I know.
This is why you should fucking hate Trump and all the shit he's doing.
I'm more talking about the thinking about shit. It gets you frustrated.
Yeah.
You're like you start like it's inherently negative in general just to dwell on things. And this is genuinely one thing that I've realized is that it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't. If you're And the question of what is it? Apply it to everything. Nothing matters.
What do you mean by God?
Like literally
What do you
nothing
mean by
matters as long
believe?
as everybody is more or less not suffering. I think
Grandma,
that's
not
a
your
pretty good goal.
pubes.
I think that would be like a pretty good goal, is just like mutual non-suffering. I don't know why this can't be
That's literally
more
Buddhism.
Sure. But like why is this so difficult for people? Like why do you have to go and murder people in a country next to you? You don't. In fact, it's not even your fucking country. You're American, you fuck.
Those who haven't suffered find it difficult to understand suffering.
I don't know.
Of Justice John Paul Stevens. Although we may never know with complete certainty the identity of the winner of this year's presidential election, the identity of the loser is perfectly clear. It is the nation's confidence in the judge as an impartial guardian of the rule of law. And that is how the U.S. presidency...
You missed the I dissent part. That's the very important part there.
Impartial guardian of the rule of law. And that is how the U.S. presidency ended up in George Regular W. Bush's hands in the year 2000. Honestly, it's a pretty depressing story, and you might even be wondering why I decided to cover it. Well, here's the thing. It's a presidential election year once again.
Okay.
You probably wish it
We get
wasn't,
it.
and after hearing me smash through all the ways the 2000 election
now
got
it's a vote for Harris ad.
You reckon?
Yes. The story is over, and it's now he's going to say we have to vote for Harris.
I don't even know
Trump's
those
bad.
guys.
Yeah.
Scenarios where you don't even have to care about climate change to benefit. Being a climate leader means
It's more of a climate. Well, the
In collaboration with Evergreen.
Yeah. So the account is called Climate Town.
I know who they are. I watch all their videos.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, they're very informative. He has a degree in this.
In what?
Climate
YouTube?
science.
Oh, okay.
No, climate science.
Okay.
I don't know how high of a degree.
It doesn't matter. Interesting. Like very informative, provided that everything is not omitted. Nothing was omitted, of course. You can never trust people. What now?
Let's kill some aliens.
Hold on.
With guns. And robots. Kill robots. Robots bad.
We have another "Can you steal an election?" video.
Robots stinky.
We have the GunTube review.
Think about it. Have you ever seen a robot shower?
What was that title again? Nuclear energy and woke stuff. Okay. All right, we'll play games for a little bit more, and then
Smelly.
No, actually, I changed my mind.
Shoot the robots.
I really want to watch this Sargon video where it's the "Are we woke now?"
It's a podcast.
Oh, it's just them talking, is it?
I believe so.
Disappointing. But that sounds funny because yes, the answer is yes. You are.
The Electoral College is DEI for Republicans.
Boom.
The Olympics are DEI.
Yes. Also, these are the other games, some of them that I have. So if anything sticks out to anybody, we can play that too. So yeah.
Where's the political one?
What political one? Crash Bandicoot? Dying Light? Fallout?
Fallout is kind of political.
Yeah, a little bit.
New Vegas stuff.
Titanfall? Prey would be cool to play. Yes. Gun video. Hold on. We had a request. I do want to get to the nuclear stuff, though. Oh my god.
Why waste time?
The Discord opened on the second monitor, which is currently being occupied by the game. Give me a minute. Okay.
CP.
Content suggestions. CP. Destiny 2 quest available.
There's CP. Where's the CP?
What are you talking about?
CP. Cyberpunk. Oh, I thought we were talking about something else.
Yes. Sorry, I need to switch over. That one. Oh, look, there's two of me. Wow. I think this one. Yeah, I can hear myself through this one. Good, great. Boom, boom.
Military leaders to understand why they thought that the AK-47 was a lousy weapon for a force like theirs, which was a Maoist People's War force. To hear them tell it, a force like the Viet Cong should have relied on SKSs. That would be better than AK-47s. Now, history has shown us differently. When you think Maoist insurgents...
Yeah, I was about to say, the SKS would be awful for the Viet Cong.
Or freedom fighter, you think of AK-47. Heck, you think of any low-budget developing world force. You think AK-47 or
true.
Kalashnikov family. What makes it even stranger is that the Vietnamese and a lot of the other insurgency forces got their AKs specifically from China. What they were
the Chinese AK
using in large measure are not Soviet-made Kalashnikovs, but Chinese Type 56 submachine guns exported by the Chinese government expressly for the purpose of being used by those forces in their national liberation movements. So this makes a great paradox. Why did China think that the AK was suitable for everybody else's Maoist force, but not for their own? The answer is not simple, but it's a puzzle that actually fits together if you understand what the Chinese leaders were thinking and what they valued.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
I didn't know that the Chinese AK was called the Type 56. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I just called it a Chinese AK.
Let's start. Many of you know the background story, but the Kalashnikov, specifically the Type 3, AK-47 arrived in China and entered Chinese service in 1956 and began being manufactured.
Do the Chinese ones have the redder wood? Is that the signifier? Like, what's the difference between them other than being stamped in China?
Chinese people generally speak Chinese.
Yeah, media literacy. You've come at a funny time because this is our Friday show. This is our end of week show where we do a bit it's a bit more casual. We play the games, we watch the fun videos. Usually we do news coverage, and then we explain narratives. We talk about information warfare. We cover geopolitics, narratives, that sort of stuff, general information space type videos. We run blocks. We do sometimes it's just news where we will just be covering news. We'll comment and expand on news. Sometimes it'll be information narratives. So, for example, with the hurricane, we've been going over the lies that people have been spreading about FEMA and all that stuff, which is actually killing people because it's making them not go and seek help when they actually need it. Stuff like that. And then we do...
Yeah, and then the government saves money.
And then we also deconstruct propaganda videos as well. So, like, we'll watch PragerU videos. We'll watch Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Vosh, Hassan, all that stuff. We have no leaning, no loyalties here. Everybody can get fucked.
Manufactured by the Chinese themselves as the Type 56. And as we said before, the People's Liberation Army classified it the same way the Soviets had classified the Kalashnikov originally, as a submachine gun. As you know, the Soviet Union originally called it a submachine gun because that's the niche that it filled in the squad weapon system that they had in mind back in the 1940s. That was before they found out that it was so good for them as a service rifle as well as a submachine gun that they just collapsed the two roles into one.
Pashto?
And as we've seen before...
What?
Kalikov.
What?
In Pashto. It's Kalikov.
The rifle?
Yeah.
Well, they just shortened it.
Or in Chinese nomenclature, it took a long time for there to be a clear distinction and a word for light machine gun as opposed.
So I think the scheduling is in the profile, possibly below. I'm not sure which account you're on. Are you on the 5th gen IW one? Is he coming up on the? Yeah. Okay.
Because they talk to the other people.
Yeah. Okay. So we have Monday. Not this Monday. Wednesday, Friday. We're trying to push it back to like 6:30, 7:30 start for 6 hours. So pretty much consistently. The only exception will be Monday because I am busy. You fucking damn straight. Did that come up for everybody else? I'm so glad that's so funny. I really hope that came up for everybody. Amazing.
To any other kind of automatic weapon. We've mentioned this before, but for a long time, the Chinese would just call anything a 手提机枪 or handheld.
But we will be covering the disinformation around nuclear energy today. If you wanted to stay, I'm not sure when we'll get to that. I'm not sure how long I can be bothered playing games for. We'll see. I also have to go.
Portable machine gun that could
like on time pretty much, so
be fired automatically and carried and operated by one person without need of a tripod, without some kind of belt feeding system or an assistant gunner, without a crew. If it fired automatically, if it didn't have a crew, it was a portable machine gun in Chinese nomenclature, even if it shot pistol caliber rounds. The nomenclature had changed by the time the PLA got the Kalashnikov, but the mindset was still in place. And the Chinese army chose to adopt the SKS and the AK-47 in the roles that the Soviets had originally developed them for, namely the SKS as the general service rifle and the Kalashnikov as the submachine gun.
That's
Not the
so
main
interesting.
weapon, but an adjunct. In the Chinese case, there would be 2 in each squad of 9 guys. For that purpose, the PLA thought the Kalashnikov was satisfactory. It made a good enough submachine gun. I think they weren't completely happy with it being...
I'm perplexed that the Chinese were just like, this gun, the world's most prolific rifle, is just mid. Were their guns any better? Were the Type 56, were the Type, like the new ones that they have, are they good or are they dog shit too? Like what are we talking about?
Everything bad.
As overpowered as it was, but they weren't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The Soviets gave them the plans for this submachine gun and they were going to put it to use. And it was great that it used the very same ammunition as their rifle, the SKS, and as their light machine gun, the RPD. That was perfect.
Amazing.
It made a nice, tidy Type 56 family for the PLA.
That's actually really funny that far back, China was looking at streamlining their ammunition supplies, and America only just did it. Just like last year, 2023, fucking 75 years later, pretty much the entire existence of the CCP.
PLA. You had a Type 56 rifle, the SKS.
What happened to their innovation?
You had a Type 56 submachine gun, the Kalashnikov. And you had a Type 56 light machine gun, the RPD, all firing the same caliber. This was great. For the first time in PLA history, everybody had a weapon and it shot the same round. And this would be true across the PLA once they finally made enough of these Type 56 family weapons that they could finally phase out all those weapons. Now, of course, we know that by 1956, the Soviets had already seen the light concerning the SKS. They had already replaced the SKS as much as they could with a Kalashnikov, and they made that the general issue weapon for line infantry. And the Soviets recommended that the Chinese should do exactly the same thing. Forget about the SKSs, or maybe reserve them for rear echelon troops. Give your frontline units over entirely to Kalashnikovs. Now, this is where it gets weird. For reasons of their own, the PLA leaders thought the Soviets were completely out of touch when it came to Chinese realities. They weren't crazy. See, they understood that under textbook circumstances, a Soviet army rifleman was going to use his Kalashnikov as part of a huge mechanized attack, together with his whole regiment, 3,000 guys. First, there would be this hellacious artillery bombardment that would soften up the enemy. And then companies of tanks would charge forward, and they would be followed right behind by whole battalions in armored personnel carriers. And then the individual riflemen
Russian
would
tactics haven't
dismount
changed
from their armored personnel carriers and cover the last 200 meters on foot. They would be screaming obscenely, firing from the hip in full auto with their Kalashnikov.
The Chinese do not have high opinions of white people, that's for sure.
And at that point, the little rifle bullets that they were shooting without really aiming would just be the cherry on top of this enormous mechanized, metallic, explosive attack by the whole regiment.
I'm very curious.
Men and machines.
I'm very, very curious how he's going to explain how the Chinese justified not using the AK. Considering
that's what he's talking about right now.
No, I know, and this is what I'm saying is I'm very curious how he's actually going to explain how they justified it, because I can't, my little tiny monkey brain can't fucking justify using an SKS or even an M1, like the M1, the M14, I should say, Because the M14, even though I fucking love that rifle's dog shit. And the SKS is good. But it serves the same purpose as an M14. And the M14, after Vietnam, you could see that it was no longer going to be the adequate rifle of the time. And that's when the AR-15 came up, and that's also when the AK-47 came up. Crazy. Also, the AK would have been brand new at the time. No? So what? The Type 56, when was the Type 56 developed then? So if the 56, that makes sense. So, okay. So why would China then start producing its own variant of the AK if they thought it was so dog shit? Why wouldn't they just buy them from the Russians? I don't know. It's strange. I'm very interested.
Would be marching forward in unison, firing every weapon they had at the enemy line, and by now the enemy would be disintegrating like wet toilet paper. So the individual rifleman with his Kalashnikov, he was just a...
Yeah, well, I think that might be the answer, because according to Wikipedia, more than 10 million of them have been built out of the state factories. Polytech and Norinco make them.
A drop of water in this huge hurricane of heavy weapons. A little tiny cog in this great big terrible industrial thresh.
They even have a 76 variant.
Oh my god. I'm trying to watch this fucking
machine
video,
of
bro.
slaughter that was chopping up human life. That was the Soviet army. The PLA knew that.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. The Chinese hated the
and their
Soviets
Soviet advisors
after the Great
confirmed
Leap
that
Forward.
for them. For the foreseeable future, the PLA was a mostly infantry force. They would be supplemented by better artillery. They would be moved around and supplied on
I guess that's why
trucks.
all their military stuff was basically based
The
off.
PLA did the math, and they figured, look, if we're not going to be doing this big Soviet-style regimental attack, it makes sense for us to rethink, what do we want from a rifle, given how we actually think we're going to be fighting?
Fair enough.
What they concluded was the AK-47 was really a rich man's weapon.
Oh
I know
my
this
God.
sounds lunatic from a modern perspective.
How
but
Maoist.
They didn't know what we know in 1956 about how the history of insurgency and guerrilla warfare was going to play out. The way they saw it, the Kalashnikov was well conceived for the peculiar conditions of the Soviet military, which had a wealth of machines, but a paucity of training time. From their perspective, the Kalashnikov was just a typically Soviet hardware solution to a software problem. Namely, a way to skirt the difficulty of teaching all the subtleties of rifle marksmanship to some unmotivated short service conscript from Uzbekistan, who in any case was probably going to be fighting with a ton of armor and artillery anyway. No, the PLA thought, hardware solutions only work for countries that are rich enough to afford the needed hardware. China could and did manufacture Kalashnikovs, but the PLA still thought the Kalashnikov only made sense as a general issue rifle if you had the whole rest of a Soviet mechanized, and you could operate it together with rockets and radar.
Yeah, little did they know.
And radios. The way PLA leaders saw things, they didn't suffer from the shortage of training time that the Soviet army did, where the Soviet army had 2 years to train a conscript. One thing the PLA did have was recruits that they could keep for a good long time, who would learn their craft as infantrymen and didn't need a hardware solution to make that training problem go away. So if you could say that Western armies spent steel to save flesh, and the Soviet army spent steel
how quickly they
to
came
save
to realize
training time, the PLA opted to use training to save on both steel and flesh. That is, they could afford to pick a less potent or advanced weapon and then compensate for it with better training. And sure enough, the PLA veered way far away from the Soviet army in their...
How much more basic of a rifle do you want than an AK-47, though? Like, from what I'm aware of, an AK is about 7 different parts, and it can be taken down in about 5 seconds, I'm going to say, with somebody that's competent. Like, there's nothing to it.
But for them, they believed they could train. So it didn't matter if the rifle was more complex, because their training would make up for it.
Yeah, regardless, yeah. Because because I've only ever shot an AR platform once, and it's fairly intuitive. But like, if you've never fired a gun before, it's like you probably wouldn't really know what to do, and also like video games and whatever. If you were to just give a kid an AK, I feel like they'd be able to figure out how to use it pretty quickly. But there's like switches and shit on the ARs. I don't know. I just feel like it's very dum-dum proof, the AK.
Kids love AKs.
That's the kid's gun.
Thinking about rifle marksmanship training. In fact, the PLA lined up a lot more closely with the American approach. The U.S. Army, of course, believed in firepower and mass just as much as the Soviets did. But in keeping with American shooting traditions, it prized individual rifle marksmanship highly, and it stressed training precise, long-range, semi-automatic fire. And the PLA leaders concurred. Just like the American military of the day, the PLA wanted their basic riflemen to leave automatic weapons to someone else with more experience and better judgment and skill. And they wanted the basic riflemen to contribute to the fight with well-aimed semi-automatic fire. Sure, the Chinese army couldn't afford as much range time as Western armies, but that was all the more reason for them to make their shots count. And then too, the Chinese military just didn't like the AK-47 that much. In their mind, it had all kinds of faults. It lacked any kind of a bayonet.
Oh my God.
Even if you
I want one.
added one, they still thought it would be too short for bayonet.
I bet you that's a metal
the big
one
banana
too.
magazine would keep a soldier from hugging the ground to shoot in the prone position. The AK had less effective range than the SKS because of its shorter barrel and shorter sight radius. Even closer in, it was less accurate than the SKS and had a loopier trajectory, and it lost even more accuracy in automatic fire. It didn't even fit the Chinese body type very well. That's what a lot of PLA rifle trainers insisted all the way until the 1980s, when they finally gave up on the AK. I'm told that the Soviet designers assumed a median Soviet army conscript who would be about 5'10" and 170 pounds. That's much bigger than the guys that the Chinese army was recruiting. Even in the late 1980s, when the Chinese...
Look, that's actually a pretty fair point. The kick of the 7.62 probably was a lot for the smaller stature of the Chinese soldier. They probably would have been better off with a smaller caliber like a 5.56, or what's the Russian one, a 5.45, I think, something like that. They probably would have preferred those ones, and I bet you they moved pretty quickly to the smaller calibers.
Chinese diet was much richer. A Chinese man of recruiting age averaged 5'5" and 120 pounds. That's 5 inches shorter and 50 pounds lighter than that median Soviet infantryman.
Like the Vietnamese.
On those lighter bodies, a big honkin' Kalashnikov that weighs 10.5 pounds is just a boat anchor.
It honks?
For smaller people, it could weigh close to 10% of the soldier's body weight. And it had that big, nasty 2-pound magazine hanging off the front. And that made a weapon that the PLA already found too inaccurate for their purposes to be even more inaccurate. Now, I know of at least one Chinese marksmanship trainer who still thought that even the SKS was just a bad ergonomic fit for East Asian body types, but at least it was a lot better. What the PLA disliked most of all about the AK was the greater felt recoil. Subjectively, it kicked more than the SKS because that long stroke gas piston that was deliberately overgassed to make it reliable, also made it harder to control, gave it less finesse. And the AK-47 in particular, which is what the Chinese adopted, has this off-kilter bore axis that doesn't line up with the stock, so that when the shooter shoots, the recoil impulse goes back over his shoulder instead of into it. Now, the Soviets fixed that problem in 1959 when they transitioned from the AK-47 to this updated AKM, a kind of Kalashnikov 2.0. They fixed that stock angle. They gave it a bayonet. They fixed a lot of the very problems that the PLA was complaining about among themselves that made them dislike the Kalashnikov as anything other than a submachine gun. But the PLA...
I did not know that the AKM was introduced that fucking early. I thought the AKM was way more modern. I have no idea about the AK platform.
was already so unimpressed with the Kalashnikov and so committed to the SKS that they didn't even follow suit. They never did develop their Type 56 AK into something lighter, more useful, with a bayonet, with better accuracy and a better recoil impulse. By that point, they were already irretrievably committed to the SKS. And we're going to see again and again that over the decades, every time the PLA thought that maybe it was time to introduce some refinements to the basic SKS, something would happen. They would discover that they were already so invested in the SKS that they just had to go back to what they had.
Cool.
Weird ending.
Yeah, it just kind of cut off. Neat video, though. Okay.
Let's get into cloaca. Make him seahorse pregnant.
No. That one.
Let me hear you say Clo. Let me hear you say Aka.
Stop it.
Give me him. I want to see the cloaca man.
1 minute. I am
Garrus, or as I like to call him, Gare Bear.
Need sound. You have sound?
Wow. Loud.
Loud?
Yeah. Oh my god. Stop. That's too loud.
Quieter, louder?
I can't tell. It's still blowing out.
Okay. Give me a second.
Are we getting late now? Depends.
Huh?
I'm echoing.
Echoing.
Yes.
Now? How's that?
Very loud.
Still?
Yes, unbelievably loud.
Jesus fucking Christ. Literally nothing has changed.
Yeah, it was always too loud.
I was literally moving the bar, and you said it was quieter, and I didn't change it.
That's better.
Oh, bug.
What do you think is his little backpack?
Looks like a Halo health pack.
Hey! Don't attack our culture.
Oh, excellent. I don't like stuff.
Hey, you can talk to a person right there.
Got a moment, Spectre? Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
Okay.
I've got plenty to do already.
Of course you do.
Fuck off.
This would be easy work for you, and I pay extremely well. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
I smell a rat.
She wants you to take out her competition.
Hmm.
What crimes did these men commit?
They're red sand dealers who make victims of their customers. Those who can no longer
All of the
pay
characters
are
look very
sold to
alarmed.
Batarians as slaves.
Yeah.
They're loathsome, hurting innocent people.
That's why I said you're not going to be able to make a good-looking character.
I eliminate them, and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to
And
murder
like all the
you.
Citadel stuff, you can
You
come
are the
back
first
to as well.
human
So
Spectre,
if you're like
and
sick of
you
the
are
Citadel,
doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand
you
or
can just
slavery.
leave and come back
Anyone who
later.
does deserves to
Okay.
die. Our needs are aligned.
I eliminate them, and then you take over and try to eliminate me.
I already
How
did this
stupid do
one.
I look?
While I appreciate, you are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery. Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures. But their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship.
And
Once
them.
they're dead, I will manage our
No,
organization.
you hear this?
Taste
She's
one.
saying that the supply chain she's using is dirty, and now she wants to kill them because they fucking enslave
What
people.
kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed. Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
No problem.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
This might be DLC. I'm not sure. Because I don't remember this quest. But there's so many pointless quests in the first game.
Where am I supposed to go again?
You can go to the hangar if you go to a travel point. It might be a Ward's location. The hangar.
The handbook.
Does it even give you the hangar?
Nope. Go to somewhere you have no idea where it is. Go.
CSEC. There's an exit to the hangar there. I'm just pretty sure there's a DLC in the first game where you face Batarians. And it's the first Batarian encounter in the series. That there's a big elevator that's one of them goes to hangar. Taki Bay? That's the one.
You Quarians messed up the whole galaxy when you let the Geth break free. Do your people ever talk about it?
Do the Krogan talk about starting a foolish war that resulted in the Turians sterilizing your people?
All the time.
Why is she so bottom heavy though? The fuck?
Just how they're designed. That's just how their people are.
I was drawn that way.
Yeah, teenager, bro. There is a bug up.
I've got big
here.
news for you, Shepard. Captain Anderson is stepping down as commanding officer of the Normandy. The ship is yours now.
She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew. Perfect ship for a Spectre. Treat her well, Commander.
This isn't right. The Normandy belongs to you.
You needed your own ship.
Watching this is like so
At the council. And it's time for me to step down.
That's what's gonna make it great.
Something with me, Captain. You owe me that.
I've
much.
never played those games
I was in your
before.
shoes 20 years ago, Shepard. They were considering me for the Spectres.
It's about to open up a lot.
Why didn't you ever mention this?
What was I supposed to say? I could have been a Spectre, but I blew it? I failed, Commander. It's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me. I had my shot. It came and went. Now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes.
What kind of leads do we have?
Saren's gone. Don't even try to find him. But we know what he's after. The conduit. He's got his Geth scouring the Traverse looking for clues.
We had reports of Geth in the Pharaoh system shortly before our colony there dropped out of contact, and there have been sightings around Noveria.
Find out what Saren was after on Pharaohs and Noveria. Maybe you can figure out where the conduit is before he does.
The Reapers are the real threat.
I'm with the Council on this one, Shepard. I'm not sure they even exist.
But if they do exist, the conduit's the key to bringing them back. Stop Saren from getting the conduit.
Yes, gotta stop that
the Reapers
Saren
from returning.
I'll stop him.
We have one more lead. Matriarch Benezia, the other voice on that recording. She has a daughter, a scientist who specializes in the Protheans. We don't know if she's involved, but it might be a good idea to try and find her. See what she knows. Her name's Liara, Dr. Liara Tassoni. We have reports she was exploring an archaeological dig on one of the uncharted worlds in the Artemis Tau cluster.
It doesn't matter because you can still pick later.
Maybe I can get to Noveria before the Geth.
It's your decision, Commander. You're a Spectre now. You don't answer to us.
Nate.
Your actions still reflect on humanity as a whole. You make a mess and I get stuck cleaning it up.
I'll take care of Saren. You take care of the political fallout.
Not exactly the answer I was looking for, Shepard. Remember, you were a human long before you were a Spectre.
Get fucked.
I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any questions.
I have a meeting.
Yes, Commander?
I want to know the truth about you and Saren. I want to know about the mission you were on together all those years ago.
We had intel on a rogue scientist being funded by Batarian interests. He was trying to set up a facility to develop illegal AI technology out in the Verge. Alliance intel had done all the work. But the
Batarians are stinky.
We compromised.
If I'm wrong, fact check me.
Saren in his investigation.
That's gonna agree.
He tracked the scientist to a refining facility on Kamala. He was hidden away somewhere inside
Kamala
by an army of Batarian mercenaries. The plan was simple. Sneak into the plant, capture the scientist, sneak back out. Quick, quiet, and a minimum of bloodshed.
I'm guessing things didn't go as planned?
Saren and I split up to cover more ground. Then about halfway through the mission, there was a massive explosion in the refinery core. Officially, it was an accident, but I think Saren detonated it on purpose to draw off the enemy guards.
Sounds like overkill to me.
The explosion tore the refinery to shreds. The whole place was on fire. Black chemical clouds poured out into the atmosphere. Nobody inside survived. There was a camp for the workers and their families nearby. Between the fires and the toxic fumes, the final death count was over 500. Mostly civilians.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Saren didn't care. The target was eliminated. Mission accomplished.
Saren,
I
more
ended up-
like Israel.
That ended all talk of me joining the Spectres.
Saren caused the explosion. How'd he pin it on you?
In his report, Saren accused me of blowing his cover. He said it was my fault the guards were ready for us. He claimed that's why it turned into a massacre. Saren's report was all the proof the council
They're cool in the multiplayer, though.
Spectre.
They get the, like, blades. They can, like, do extra melee damage and shit.
The only thing I care about
and
is
then
stopping
shoot the blades.
You're right, Commander. It's no good living in the past.
How are you holding up?
Honestly, this
I
isn't
clicked
how
this and
pictured
instantly
my career
regretted
coming
it. I didn't
to
give a fuck.
Pushing Kate
Yeah,
real-
just walk away.
But you're the one who can stop Saren. I believe in you, Shepard.
He's not even a crew member. Goodbye.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Why we
Yes.
don't.
Ah.
Stop. Stop. What are you doing?
Yeah. Bug. Come here, Bug. Hell yeah. Cool ship. My ship. Can I rename it? That's a terrible name.
Normandy?
Mm.
Why is that a terrible name?
Bad. Very
Why?
bad. I refuse to elaborate.
Stand by, shore party.
French.
Decontamination in progress.
I heard what happened to Captain Anderson. Survives 100 battles and then gets taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Commander. Things go bad on this mission, you're next on their chopping block.
Captain Anderson should be the one in charge. It's like I'm stealing the ship from him.
Yeah, the captain got screwed. But it's not like you could have stopped it. Nobody's blaming you. Everyone on this ship's behind you, Commander. 100%. Intercom's open. If you got anything you want to say to the crew...
And then none of us.
Okay, here we go. Jack's first political speech.
Ooh. Ooh.
This is Commander Shepard speaking. We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit.
They need to know.
I won't lie to you, crew. This mission isn't going to be easy. The Council wants to ignore this. That's no surprise. They never helped us in the past. No reason they'd start now.
Fuck yeah.
But we don't need their help.
Let's fucking go.
We can do this on our own. Wherever Saren goes, we'll follow. As for the conduit, we'll be there. We will hunt him to the very ends of the galaxy and bring him down. None of the other species has the guts, grit, or balls to
Fuck
deal
'em.
with this. So it's up to us. We're the only ones who
Except for
can
these
stop
guys.
Saren. I swear to you all, we will stop him.
These
Well
guys
said,
are alright.
Captain will be proud.
Ooh. I'm doing
The
it.
captain's not here. I'm in charge now, Joker, and time's wasting. Get this bird in the air.
Yes, ma'am.
Fuck yeah. Metal as fuck. Fuck them. It's all
Garrus
us
and Rex
now.
are downstairs in the elevator. So is Tali.
Galaxy map. Ooh. Just at the Milky Way?
Yes, but if you go in here, you can't debrief with your crew.
Lame.
They'll always be in the same spot from here on out. Caden is upstairs.
Uh-huh.
Liara will be here. In the med bay. The Caden's here now. You can hear about his headaches.
Anything you need, Commander?
Your thoughts?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander.
Okay.
We'll have to have personal debriefings later.
It doesn't always. If they don't have things to say, that's how you know.
Okay.
So you didn't have to debrief with them after Eden Prime.
Done things.
Or basically, that was.
Not without
it has to be a combat mission.
Yeah. Okay.
We were on the scene faster than any other Alliance ship could have been.
Dude, I didn't even think about that. Sino Talk just messaged me about the. Did you see my post on fucking nuclear energy? It fucking sent me right off because the Disrupt Wars page was posting about like anti-nuclear stuff. I'm like, you guys are literally environmentalists. Why are you posting anti-nuclear shit? Sino Talk messaged me and said that it's Chinese propaganda about AUKUS as well, about the waste. It's kind of interesting. Considering that goes all the way to like Greens and Labour, like the top of the Greens party. So that's kind of interesting.
Well, you remember the boys, they were talking about how the nuclear waste was going to happen.
Yes, they were. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
They pointed this out at the time.
But yeah, that's also spurred why I want to do some nuclear stuff at the end of the show. Because it's very interesting.
Yeah, I like Liara.
How we could have
like her story's interesting. And like how when you finally like reunite in the third game, it's fucking epic. But I never have the Shadow Broker DLC, so there's like a whole Liara storyline I've never even experienced. Go in your elevator.
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry.
You can hear Ashley be racist because she has to be down there with all the aliens. You don't have to go in there.
But I want to.
She has nothing to say to you.
Good.
Back here is where Liara will be when you recruit her.
Is that the blue chick?
Yes.
Cool. Does she eat her pussy?
Huh?
Does she eat her pussy?
Yes, you can.
Fuck yeah.
Turn around. No. Elevator. It's down here. The slowest elevator of all time. You know, it really gives you an idea. Wow, it's way faster in the Legendary Edition. That's crazy. That was like nothing at all.
That's so fucking funny.
She deserves it. Caden's just more useful.
I knew working with the Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
Have you worked with the Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
Being a Spectre does have its advantages.
Exactly, my
the war crimes.
Trying to take down a suspect. It shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it.
Oh my god.
But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
Damn, look at that bird thigh gap.
So you just quit because
that's for laying eggs.
It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
It's not the end of the world.
You'll get over it
soon enough.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Either way, I plan to make the most of this. And without CSEC headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
If getting the job
done... You only have to debrief with the aliens a few times.
Yeah.
And then they give you a mission.
Got it?
And if you do that mission, you get their loyalty.
I understand, Commander.
Had to pull him in line. No civilian casualties, cunt.
Yeah. Unless it's Ashley. Oh, wait, she's not a civilian.
No civilian.
Shepard, what can I do for you?
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story. Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
You Krogans live for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire
Uh-oh.
race. That was fun.
Remember how I said just wait until you get to the genocide politics?
It's one of the options is big deal. Big deal.
I heard about that. You know, they almost did the same to us.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation? An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth? And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
So what? So what? Let's not pick that choice, I think.
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
I was just making conversation. I wasn't trying to upset you.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
I'm so interested.
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it.
Oh.
All I know, it makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected, every one, and no one's rushing to find a cure.
Why don't the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? You ask a Krogan, would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits?
They destroyed their entire planet with nukes.
Just who we are.
Seriously?
They still inhabit it. They're cold-blooded.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure
Who are you calling you people?
Stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers. We're warriors. We want to fight.
Based.
So we leave. Hire ourselves out. And most of us never go back.
What an interesting character.
Right?
Shepard.
Ollie's interesting too.
Mm.
There's also talk to Ashley here too. That's where Tali is back there.
Oh, is she?
If you want to, yeah, you can talk to your engineer. He's got some stuff to say about her.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
I don't like the idea of aliens studying
The Aquarians
ships.
are like really advanced in tech.
So
since Exile,
my people
they basically still have like
stagnated
ships from back then.
Yeah, so they stagnated.
I never.
They still build ships,
advanced
but
as
they
the-
have like the entire population with them.
Yeah.
It's a migrant fleet. They're like the Roma.
Okay.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla. Grow our own food,
It's literally the
process our
Roma.
own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
I want to know more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity, we leave our birth ships and seek acceptance with a new crew. It's necessary to maintain genetic diversity among the fleet. But no ship wants to accept someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found something of value we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respective ship we wish to join. If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society.
Interesting.
Even when the gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best.
The universe is so interesting.
Yeah.
They have so much figured out. That's why the games are so good. The background story.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often.
Okay.
Most captains are eager to it. Even when it's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
Interesting.
I can't believe they just send you off alone.
It's not like they just cast us out. Before we leave, we are given lessons in how to survive outside the flotilla, and given gifts to help us on our journey.
You can kind of see her face.
We also receive implants to fight off sickness and disease. Generations of living in an isolated and highly controlled environment have left our immune systems weaker than most. By the time we leave the fleet, we are well equipped for the pilgrimage. This is a rite of passage for all Quarians. If it were dangerous, our numbers would suffer. Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a triumphant return and the ritual presentation of the gift to one of the fleet's captains.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
Death.
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins, what they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor.
Oh my god.
Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks.
I told you.
Bringing them closer and closer
to
true AI status.
They're not AI. It's a rogue program.
No, they are. That's what happens.
How come the council didn't step in and stop?
So the rogue program figures
true
out
AI
self-replication.
research. We may have
You find out in the third game.
We never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. 1 million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
They're like the Flood.
Shared brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input.
That's very interesting.
Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent.
Oh my god. So a bunch of them got together and basically gave them free thought, and then they broke
literally get together and start discussing philosophy.
That is awesome.
That doesn't make any sense.
Like you actually go into the Geth memory because they still have the memory, and you watch the revolution in the third game.
Incredible.
When they gather in large numbers. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive?
What is my purpose?
Why am I here?
To pass the butter. Oh my god.
Does this unit have a soul?
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long. The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves.
Correct.
It was inevitable.
Okay, so if they're not intelligent, it's fine.
We knew they would
Yeah,
rise up
inherently.
against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems.
Like, it doesn't mean be cruel.
The Geth
You hear that?
order
We knew they were going to rise up, so we acted first. No, you didn't know they were going to rise up. What are you talking about?
Incredible.
Why couldn't you just say, oh, you're clearly intelligent. Would you like to join society?
Hey, you can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already
Utilitarians.
on the verge of revolution. By acting quickly, we had a chance to end the war before it
Oh
began.
my god.
The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of
You
organized resistance.
be
But
propagandized.
they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld.
By a war you started.
Pursue us, but they never came beyond the veil. Now we drift through space, exiles searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
Jack, why do you think the Geth never go beyond the veil?
Because they have no intention to?
Yeah, they just want to be left alone.
Yeah, just leave me the fuck alone.
You got what you deserved.
We made a mistake
Nice.
when we created the Geth in the first place. But we did not make a mistake when we went to war against them.
Nah, fuck
If
yourself.
we had not acted, they would have wiped us out. They're a synthetic life form. They have no use for organics. None. Why do you think they cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy?
This sounds
Why
like
do you think they
propaganda.
killed
Because organics kill them.
Yeah.
them?
It's literally trained into them to be fearful of organic beings because of you. But this is
I mean,
great.
she's literally, it's her first time outside. You
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
be too
she's-
hard on her.
Yeah,
it's not like Ashley, who has no excuse.
It's have you seen Paul? The movie Paul?
With the alien.
Yeah, you know how they pick up the religious chick? And she's
Yeah,
like,
my favorite line is, I'm on a mission from God, and then
Yeah.
the FBI agent goes, tell him you failed. Penises.
It's basically her.
Yeah.
It's basically her. That's essentially what's happening now. It's just it's literally propaganda, and me rightfully saying you get what you deserve is the start of me breaking her conditioning. Why do you think they cut themselves off? I'm not surprised is the answer
They
I'm
didn't
going
give
with.
them a real good first impression.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I didn't think things would be any different.
The writers of this game are incredible.
Oh, yeah. And it's all branching, too.
Yeah.
They want to destroy us. Not just the Quarians. All organic life.
Just wait till the end of the next mission if you go to the right system.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy.
The
Resources are
choice is fucking insane.
Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms.
Pretty low pop.
Other species take
17 million?
Yeah, it is.
That's nothing.
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population,
Oh my god.
it would strain our resources to their breaking point. Of course, we also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the Conclave.
That's
and
so
make
interesting.
decisions that affect the fleet as a whole.
It's
On
decentralized.
that,
That's incredible.
However, the captain has the final
I guess it
say.
has to be by
It's
nature.
a tradition that dates back to the early days, when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most
So it's democracy that grew out of martial law.
their crew to give them advice and guidance.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials?
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives.
Not
theory,
not necessarily. They're not looking for another homeworld. They're not looking to
No, they're looking to reclaim their homeworld.
Yeah, so that's
That's kind of what they believe.
but it's not
They believe
exactly
they
the
were
same.
driven out.
To do so requires unanimous agreement among the admirals.
Like it's kind of their fault.
This once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly
An
20
argument could be
centuries,
made,
the
yes.
Admiralty Board has only overruled the Conclave 4 times.
Okay.
I should go.
Thanks for the information.
Talk to the engineer there.
You know that Quarian, Tally? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
That's it. You don't need to talk to him. It's just an interesting thing where he's like, nah, she rules.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
No matter how long you talk to him, it will always be that dialogue tree.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right, here we go. The best character, Ashley.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
One-on-one.
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get...
Oh, thank God.
What a
We
bitch.
don't have to talk to her because we already debriefed after Eden Prime.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Kind of wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No offense. I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
We came as soon as we got the distress call, even with the fastest ship in the fleet.
You did the best you could, Commander. It's my fault. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
The answer seems plain enough to me. Be more alert.
Aye, aye, Commander. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Good.
Okay.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Why did you do this? What have you done?
If I had been more...
We never trained.
I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
Go away.
Time to touch the big mat.
Huh?
Go back in the elevator.
Who's this guy?
Oh, this is here. You can buy guns.
Guns. I like guns.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies
Give me
before you
guns.
head out?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
Fuck you.
Why should I pay
My
you?
stuff does... Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like.
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
Okay. See, that's
Wow.
Scepter gear. That will always be there.
Expensive.
Yeah, the cheaper is lower down.
Sure. 3,700. Cool. Neat. Now what? How do I kill people?
You got to touch the map. The one that I told you not to touch.
I touched it. Supposedly constructed.
Yeah, there's so much lore.
Gravity is simulated through rotation. 1 standard G.
How many people live on it?
13 million.
Almost as much as the Quarians.
Hmm.
Their entire migrant fleet.
It weighs 7.1 billion metric tons. Neat. It's a lot of material.
Yeah. No idea where it came from.
Very cool.
Zoom out.
And tell me what to do.
Zoom out again. Zoom out again.
It's this one, right?
Liara's dig site. You just have to figure out what system it's in. I'm pretty sure it's the one it starts you on.
Sure, let's do that one.
Oh, I love this. My favorite shit is going through the mass relays. It's so badass. Here it comes. Mako time, guys.
Oh, that's what they are. They're like guns.
Yeah.
They're like ship guns. So I just pick one?
Pick the one it started you on. Okay, not it. You can tell because it doesn't have a picture. If we were paying attention, they would have said what the planet was.
Commander, I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
This isn't it either. This is a side mission. But you know it's landable because there's a picture.
Not my problem.
Okay. You can survey that. You can just press A on it. There you go. Congratulations, you got a thing. That doesn't matter. Okay, let's go to the Sparta. No, we're in Sparta. Let's go to the one. Sure, why
I'm
not?
going to
It's
this one.
of them. It's one of them. I don't remember which one.
This is great. Riveting gameplay.
Nah, this is how it be sometimes. It'll tell you in your journal what planet it is. Look, you got an XP just for touching planets. You're in assignments, so you need to go to missions. You're in side quests. Yeah, Liara Tassoni. View tasks.
Why can I not track it?
Did it say what
Yes.
system? It's not that one.
No, I'm going to this one.
Mako time. I heard they improved the controls. Oh, the gun sounds better too. You have to look at your map and then like put a marker down and drive there. This was removed from the rest of the games for the reason.
Wake. Let me
wait until you learn it can fly.
Oh my god, there's rockets. Ah, cool. Neat. Whee! This is great. Real forward driving. Whee. Rockets. Rules don't matter to me. I'm a Spectre. This car's tough.
This is what Shepard went to do. Immediately be granted Spectre status. What's that? Parents are in charge? Time to do stunts on the moon. There are, to do the side quests, you have to open the map. And then you drive to them. And then shoot the people there.
I made it over the mountain.
Filler. It's, you know, because it's like, instead of just starting you where you need to go, it's like, here, get in this car and drive there for this side quest that doesn't matter. So you can go through and scan all the debris on every planet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's so tedious to do these landing missions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm going to go to this thing because it said stronghold. I'm going to go blow shit up and then I'm going to go do the actual thing.
Yeah, most of these will have like an actual mission. And the rest of the stuff is like you scan something and it'll give you a random crate. But it's like so tedious, marking all the mineral deposits. And like I said, with 2 playthroughs of doing absolutely everything, you're still not max level. The gun sounds so much better.
Oh shit. Ah, that'll. Yeah, fuck yeah. Uh oh.
Use your rockets.
Uh oh.
Just blow those towers right up.
I forgot what button it was. Got it. No, backwards. No, I want to go the other way. This way. This is... I have no idea what's going on. My gun's not working. The controls suck.
Yep.
My thing's gonna die. Evasive maneuvers. I was pressing Y, it wasn't working. It's repairing.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Let me shoot.
It actually does have shields. There's actually a door on the facility to go inside. You have to figure out how to get out of the car, though. There you go.
Was that overkill?
The door is on the other side.
That's fine.
You can see there's a little flag.
Success.
Yeah.
I've literally never played this game.
Oh, there's the... Oh, yeah, you can shoot him, too. Fuck him. Disruptor him first. Oh, it doesn't matter. Vaporized.
Rip.
You generally don't want to do any of these missions.
I don't care.
I'm just saying. It's part of the experience is being like, oh, this is the side quest content? Okay.
Okay.
Also, the maps repeat. There's only like 3 facilities.
Fantastic.
And they just move the structures around a little.
Do that one.
Here's Disruptor. When your guns are on cooldown, that's when you power.
Oh, this is one of the big guys. Right. Do that one.
They're all dead.
Cool.
Good as new.
Hey, a blue guy.
Yeah, she's a biotic.
Cool.
They can actually manhandle you if you get your shields dropped. Like, they can straight up stun lock you.
Oh, that's cool.
It rarely happens, but it can.
What is that?
You can shoot it to blow it up. I would not stand close to it when you do it, though. You can use a power, overload it, actually, and it will instantly blow up. I lied. I guess that's something in later games.
New shotgun. Cool. Yoink. Guns. Points.
So you have sniper open now.
Very cool. Spectre training. Hell yeah.
Yeah, the Unity ability it has, it deletes all cooldowns, I believe. So because you're a Spectre, you can just reduce everyone's cooldowns.
Okay. Neat. Let's do that. Order.
Yeah, because she doesn't matter. You're generally not going to use her on missions. So don't even give her gear either.
Yes.
You don't need assault rifles.
I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you want all your guns to look the same, you know, why not? I would not waste your upgrades on the assault rifle, though.
Laser round. What is that? Shield bypass.
Shields.
I'll put that on the sniper.
Pistol. Put it on the pistol. Faster guns are better at shields.
Hmm. Less damage on it though.
It has another slot.
You have another slot.
I think you switched it to radioactive rounds, which is fine.
No. It's a sniper.
Yeah. Radioactive rounds rule. Chemical rounds rule.
Oh, he's got that one already. Huh. There's a bunch of.
Yeah, so you can hold on to them and go back to your ship and sell them. Or get Omnigel.
I don't know what that is. So I'm just going to do some of it.
Omnigel is what you can use to open the containers after you fail an opening.
Okay.
You generally don't need it though.
Cool.
Oh, it also repairs your Mako. It's better to sell.
Usually is.
Light armor.
Finally.
What'd they give you? Oh, they gave you Phoenix. If you actually read the description of the Phoenix. See, because it doesn't have like good damage resistance. It should say right there.
Just lightweight.
The description. Clicks. It's so frustrating.
I have no idea. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
It definitely heals you. Especially with that one. First aid. There's grenade modifiers as well. You may not have picked one up. But you can turn your grenades into like high explosive grenades.
Okay. Let's give it one of those.
Don't give her the upgrade, because you're not going to use her. Save it for who needs it.
Well.
Like Rex. He probably... There's still something to do, the objective. Probably shoot the thing or something. I don't know. Banshee. See, it even tells you the companies that make the guns.
Yeah.
And this is the part that I liked about Mass Effect, the first one. But I understand to the average player, all these gun upgrades and shit is like kind of a turnoff. And the Mako exploration.
Wait, I can't use medium armor?
You can upgrade to it, but you can also do a glitch to equip it.
Yeah, I don't care that much.
I'll teach you the glitch off stream.
I don't care that much.
Because you just have to time it
with
the right buttons. What does it say? Open journal. It doesn't even tell you what quest you're on.
Nope.
Classic. Try shooting the thing. The gas tank there. One outside of here. That one. Get down! Maybe it's not lighting up, and it's just like... That is lighting up, right? Are we crazy? Hey.
I don't know why.
Is that the objective?
I don't know.
Epic.
No.
Upstairs. Oh, yeah, it's upstairs. It's above you. Classic. This is why we don't do these missions. Isn't that annoying that that structure was there just to block you?
Yes. How the fuck do I get upstairs?
It's on the other side of the facility. Like, behind these crates.
I love that there's no run. That's the best feature.
I know. There actually is a run button, but it just makes you feel like you're going faster. They couldn't add a sprint because of load times.
Okay.
So they needed you to go this fast because the game needed to load.
Oh my god.
You did it. You completed the quest. There's a wall safe there too. Look at you, you little quest completer. Oh, too low. This is why we don't do these missions.
Great.
I think you can return to your ship from here if you go to your map. Nope, you have to go outside. Fuck. You might have to be in the Mako to do it.
Great. It's almost time to do nuclear stuff.
I told you not to land here.
Doesn't matter.
Now you gotta find the exit. That was so close.
I hate this.
Yeah. This is the kind of the issue is it doesn't actually tell you where to go to get Liara. Rex is just waiting at the door. Like, can we go? Now you have to go back and get in your tank, then return.
There's still a fucking exclamation mark on the building. Fuck this thing.
It's just marking that it's a building. They don't disappear if you, like, complete them. All right, now bring up your map. You're wasting Omnigel.
I don't care.
Bring up your map. Open the map. Return to Normandy.
Oh my god.
Okay. Now we learned why the first game is hated by so many. You just avoid doing that, and we'll be fine. There's only one that matters. There's a few, like the moon. Literally the Earth moon. That one's, like, kind of cool. That's not it.
Thanks.
I thought you said you knew where it was.
I'm in the right area.
It's wild they don't just have a beacon being like, go here. That ain't it.
Can someone just fucking Google it? I'm so fucking sick of this.
That's it.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Do not fall in the lava, just in case it makes you redo this entire section. I don't know how they fixed the autosave. Like, I just remember how many times I get bored and start bouncing the car around and fling it into the lava and have to start the mission over. What's wrong? You got it. Careful, you're gonna drive into lava.
Die. Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, it's not like you loot bodies in this game. Thank God. There's already enough doodads to open. You might want to save your progress, too. The amount of times I've had to start this mission over specifically because I drove into lava fucking around.
I'm too good for that.
Yeah, I've done like 100 playthroughs, so.
Only a fool punches a backpack in the mouth. We should sneak around and pull its tail.
Bye.
You have to go around. Rex tried to tell you. There's a little hallway. It's behind you. See, this is why I'm kind of bummed they took the Mako out, though, because it's like kind of like just fun to just fuck around and do nothing in it. This is probably killing Cal to watch. There you go. The little jets sound like the velociraptors from Jurassic Park. Oh, look, you put up a cover shield.
Ah! I'm dead. Wrong gun.
It was more the fact that there was like Geth Primes and Juggernauts.
I don't know what that means.
units you're supposed to kill in your tank.
Only a fool punches a gnat back in the mouth.
You don't have to fight these turrets.
Pull its tail.
Fucking nerd. Well, pop that one. Whoop.
Was that to dodge the missile?
Yep.
Yeah. The Geth, it's super easy to dodge their shit. But like a lot of times I'll get on the Colossus and just start using my jets to like hump them into the floor to kill them, and it takes way longer like than just backing up and shooting them.
Oh my god.
I can tell you the frame rate hates the Mako.
I hate the fucking thing.
Well, don't worry, it's not in any other games.
I'm pretty sure it's in Andromeda.
Yeah, because Andromeda was like, what if we only took the worst things from the series?
I love that looking
including the
backwards
goofy
doesn't-
faces.
I love that looking backwards doesn't make me go backwards. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Great controller design here. Oh, I fucking love this.
It's like, there's like no frames. And then it's just, the next thing that you see is it like crushed in an awkward position. And then it gets stuck like that for a while. And then you hear, oh shit, and you're in another position.
Dog shit.
Man.
Dog
Frame
shit.
rates hate this right now.
Dog shit vehicle.
Mm-hmm. There's just like a switch you have to open the gate with or something. And then you have to drive through the right gate, not the one that takes you back towards the beginning.
I didn't hear a word you said.
There's
Busy.
going to be 2 exits. You have to take the right one.
Okay.
Oh, sweet. Pink armor for the Krogan.
I have to walk all the way back around, don't I?
I know, right?
Fuck this game.
The frames still haven't recovered.
Mm-hmm. Looks fine to me.
Yeah, no shit.
No, I mean on the stream it looks fine to me.
It doesn't for me.
Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to do something else anyway. I'm saving.
You're gonna come back and have no idea what's going on.
That's fine. We're done. Okay. Nuclear. Or we can do woke stuff. What do we think?
I don't care.
Okay. Don't scan the QR code. You wouldn't want to do that. No. No. Okay. Oh my god. These off. These on. Oh my god, that was loud. I need to get rid of that one. I need to screen share. This one. I need to click on this one. Okay, can we hear it?
I don't know what we're supposed to be hearing.
No, we can't hear it. I can't hear anything because my audio
This lady who's not a nuclear scientist.
is still wrong here. Boom. Speak.
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you. Let's go.
Used to be a conversation stopper. Luckily, we now all agree that it's the fastest, safest, and most reliable way to get off fossil fuels. If it wasn't for this little issue with the radioactive waste. Do you get superpowers if you roll around in it? If you came here to answer that question, you've got the wrong channel. But we'll talk about the next best thing to superpowers: numbers. How much nuclear waste is there? How dangerous is it? What can we do with it? And what the heck is a raycat? That's what we'll talk about today.
So, like, my big thing with this, right, was that the opposition to nuclear energy is almost always, but what about the waste? But what it poisons people. It's bad for you. It's not good. It kills people. It's really bad. It's no, it isn't. It just isn't, right? And it's one of these subjects that I'm like die on the hill passionate about, that I will argue with people forever about nuclear energy being a good thing. And it really is tied to anti-environmentalism. Imagine if we converted at least like 50% or so of nuclear energy, like to nuclear energy, how much better off we'd be. Instead, just like hemp and just like hemp and paper, nuclear energy is the hemp to coal's paper, right? Can't make money with a fuel source that degrades over years, not days or hours even. Also doesn't pollute, would give us a bridge. Imagine, like, we would be so much further in environmental science and energy production if we had nuclear energy and we didn't have to worry about clean energy anymore. We would just be able to run nuclear power with green options like wind and solar, and there would be no problems. There would be no coal power plants. It would be fantastic. And then we could focus on hydrogen, other stuff that would propel us forward. Fusion, if it's possible, putting money into that. You know, all of this stuff could be done. Instead, we're wasting money on coal. And
you know what's better than hydrogen?
What?
Well, think about it. If you had an element lighter than hydrogen, what would that mean?
I don't know. Go on.
What's the mass of hydrogen?
Isn't it super low?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it like one atom?
So if there's something lighter than hydrogen,
What, it's subatomic?
it would have to be negative mass,
Okay.
right? Which would
Well,
mean
I legitimately don't know. Like, what's
it
the
travels at the
significance?
speed of light,
Oh,
right? And what would you call this element? Element 0, right?
Sure.
And you use it to affect mass effect fields.
Oh my god.
This video was made possible by Squarespace. That's a platform on which you can create your own website or needles. To go first, almost all existing nuclear power plants run with
I know,
uranium. The
the Scandinavian accent is fucking excellent. Oh my god, I'm clicking on this screen. God damn.
Uranium is formed into small pellets, which are then sealed into metal tubes called rods. A bundle of such rods forms the core of a reactor.
A bundle of
In the
rods.
reactor, the few rods are exposed to neutron radiation, which starts a controlled chain reaction. This generates heat, which evaporates.
What?
A bundle of rods.
No, because that's a bundle of sticks.
Mm-hmm. So are those nuclear faggots?
No, because it's a rod. It's not a stick.
You're a nuclear faggot.
Water, which spins turbines, which creates electricity. As a theoretical physicist, I'd say it kind of works like a watermill, just a little more dangerous. The fission processes that generate the energy in a nuclear power plant create a lot of new atomic nuclei, many of which are radioactive. In the course of time, the number of atomic nuclei in the few rods that can still be split declines, and the power generation becomes less and less efficient. Eventually, the few rods must be replaced. How often this must be done depends on the reactor, but typically it's every 3 to 8 years. Think of few rods like world leaders, but a bit more reliable. This process of energy generation in a nuclear power plant leaves behind radioactive waste that must be safely discarded. It can roughly be distinguished into 3 categories: lightly contaminated waste, intermediate level, and high level waste, though there's no international agreement on the exact classification. Going by volume, most of the waste is lightly contaminated and won't radiate for long. This is stuff such as tools, equipment, building materials, shielding, clothing, and so on. This makes up about 90% of all nuclear waste. 7% is intermediate, and about 3% of it is the high-level waste that we're concerned with here.
Hear that? 3% of all waste is fuel rods, is this high-level, toxic, sort of very dangerous stuff, right? The majority is clothing. Does it sound like something we should be worried about? Does it sound like something that people already haven't found a solution to?
That's primarily what's left from the...
Like when you're actually given information that is accurate and not told in a sensationalized way, it's almost not scary. And it becomes just another form of science. And you can understand it.
Few rods. It's really very similar to wealth distribution. The highest 3% are the most toxic. The main components of the high-level waste are strontium-90 and cesium-137, which each have half-lives of about 30 years. And then there's plutonium-239 that has a half-life of 24,000 years. It's the plutonium with its long half-life that is the major problem, because it means this high-level waste remains harmful for about 100,000 years. In this figure, you see how the radiotoxicity of the high-level waste, that's the green line, compares to that of naturally occurring uranium, that's the straight horizontal line. As you see, spent fuel starts out about 10,000 times more radiotoxic than uranium in its natural form and takes a few 100,000 years to decay back to that level. Even Keith Richard won't be alive at that point. Just how...
Funny joke, get it? British guy don't die.
How deadly is the stuff? Well, it depends on how much of it you're exposed to and...
This is a fair point. Maybe it is both. Maybe it's a mix of the two. Maybe I bamboozled you all.
In which way? The uranium in the unused fuel rods isn't all that highly radioactive. There's a handy website here which lets you calculate just how high the radiation dose would be if you touch it, inhale it, or eat it. If you happen to eat 1 gram of an unused nuclear fuel rod, that'd give you about 1.3 millisievert. This is about the maximum recommended annual dose. The fresh nuclear waste from the used rods is, as we just saw, 10,000 times more radioactive. Eating a gram of it would probably kill you in a couple of weeks. So please do not eat used nuclear fuel rods. It's not...
You got that, guys?
healthy and also probably not all that tasty. How much of this stuff do we
The dry delivery is fucking great. That's actually hilarious.
have lying around? According to a 2018 report by the International Atomic Energy Agency, we have globally about 400,000 metric tons of spent nuclear waste. That's the total amount of nuclear waste ever produced since the first nuclear power plant. The amount increases each year by about 12,000 tons. Most nuclear waste producers are currently located in Europe and
I mean, that doesn't seem all that bad. Like, all things considered, that really doesn't seem like all that much.
the Americas. 12,000 metric tons a year sounds like a lot, but let's put this number into perspective. The total amount of hazardous waste created globally each year by industrial production is a few 100 million tons. That's about 20,000 times as much as nuclear waste. Another useful comparison. A 1 gigawatt power plant can supply electricity to about 1 million people in the developed world. If you do this with nuclear power, it produces about 3 cubic meters of high-level waste per year. If you do it with coal, that produces approximately 300,000 tons of ash and more than 6 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. Just the ash of one coal plant in 1 year is more than all the high-level nuclear waste ever produced globally.
Yeah, she put a little corrector up here because it's not. It's just comparable, but it's still like that's a pretty interesting comparison that you don't hear thrown out a lot. And I have a theory, and it's not confirmed, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but I have a feeling that the coal industry has something to do with the large amount of propaganda around nuclear energy. I don't know. Call it a hunch.
And the ash of coal plants, by the way, is also radioactive. Yeah, that's right. Coal ash is radioactive. Not as radioactive as used fuel rods and not as long-lived, but you shouldn't eat it either. Why is there so little waste produced by nuclear power plants? It's because the energy density of uranium is dramatically higher than that of fossil fuels. This is why nuclear fuel rods last years, whereas you constantly have to shovel new coal into a coal plant. Okay, so for one thing, we see that when you put the numbers into context, nuclear power plants produce very little waste. Also, in contrast to other waste that for the most part you don't even know what it is before they tell you it's in your drinking water, radioactive waste is easy to detect.
True.
Afraid of radioactivity? Buy a Geiger counter. Afraid of chemical pollution? Well, I guess you could move to the moon.
Yeah, you missed a good opportunity there to just be like, guess I'll die.
But what happens to the nuclear
moon,
waste?
Though. That's funny.
When the used fuel rods are taken out of the reactor core, they are first stored in a pool of water at the reactor site. They sit there for a few years to cool down and...
Have you seen what these pools look like?
Yeah.
They're fucking cool. The radiation gives off a glow in the water. It's fucking cool. If you haven't seen it, look it up. It's called Cherenkov radiation. It's very cool.
Let some of the nucleotides with short half-life decay. It's the same physical principle that's also behind Twitter suspensions. After a few years, the spent fuel is moved to a dry cask storage container at the power plant site. These are temporary...
The fucking attempts at humor are fucking awful.
I love it.
I don't. It's a friendly neighborhood nuclear scientist is the best nuclear content.
It's fine. I'll get her as well.
Storage solutions. They are canisters made of concrete and steel, filled with inert gas such as helium or nitrogen. Each might weigh more than 100 tons. These encased rods still emit roughly 1/100th of a millisievert per hour. So if you sit next to one of them for 100 hours, you've got your annual dose. You shouldn't exactly use them as a dining table, but dry cask storage is safe enough if you know what you're looking at. The problem is keeping an eye on those things for 100,000 years. Of the near 400,000 tons of existing spent fuel, 47% are currently in the cooling pools, that's called wet storage, 20% are in the canisters, that's called dry storage, and the remaining 33% have been reprocessed, more on that later. This highly radioactive waste has to be transported sometimes, for which there are special containers and train carriages. In a 1984 test, a train was crashed into one of these containers filled with non-radioactive stuff at over 100 miles per hour.
I did pre-watch this video, and all of this information is very fucking very interesting. Sort of all of the way that she talks, it's obviously very dry, but it is what it is.
It was quite a scene. After the crash, the pressure inside the container was almost unchanged from before the collision.
A lot of people don't like
if the test containers
video about gender.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
had actually held nuclear waste, nothing would have happened to it, but everyone on the train would have been dead. The small nuclear reactors, by the way, that are currently rather fashionable and that we talked about in this earlier video.
These are the ones that the Liberal Party in Australia has proposed doing, and it's kind of interesting because they're worse, which makes total sense for the Australian Liberal Party. They would go with the worse option.
Create more waste per energy. According to a recent study from researchers at Stanford University, the currently planned small modular reactors will increase the total volume of nuclear waste by a factor of 2 to 30, depending on design. Most of this is lower intermediate level waste coming from the need of more construction material per fuel. They also found that the high-level waste that those small reactors create is more radiotoxic than that of conventional nuclear power plants, because the smaller size leads to somewhat different fission reactions.
Isn't that fucking interesting? That because the reactors are smaller, they are more toxic. Like, that is fucking fascinating.
I know, short people are toxic.
Okay, so we can seal the stuff up in concrete and move it around, but what do we do with it eventually? We could shoot it into space, but given that every once in a while a rocket blows up in the atmosphere or falls back down,
Also
it may
heavy.
not be such a...
Yes, very heavy.
Shooting weight into space?
You're shooting uranium into space. It literally decays into lead.
There. That's the facility at Yucca Mountain in Nevada. It was supposed to open in 1998, but it didn't work out as planned. To this day, nothing's been stored there. That's partly due to government hang-ups on safe radiation levels, but mostly because it turned out people don't like having nuclear waste in their vicinity. Finland is currently building...
Yeah, not in my backyard. It's always that way. You will always have this opposition. These people are irrational because it's close to where they live. You know, it's the same as people in my estate opposing building the rail in a more efficient way by raising it or lowering it under the road level to reduce level crossings with train tracks, right? People oppose this because it would ruin their view. Fuck your view, cunt. It's literally that simple.
Its first deep geological repository. It's scheduled to be opened next year. The Onkalo spent nuclear fuel repository is located near a nuclear power plant on the west coast of Finland. It's basically a lot of tunnels, about 400 meters under the ground. In them, thousands of corrosion-resistant copper canisters will be buried, and the holes will be plugged with bentonite, which is a water-absorbing clay. Each tunnel will then be filled with more bentonite and sealed with concrete. The Finns have created a computer model of the whole tunnel network to forecast how groundwater will move through cracks and fractures and the effects that this may have on people living on the surface. There's really a lot of planning and engineering that went into this. It's not like they just dump the stuff in a cave, lock the door and go away. People often ask me, but would you want to live near a nuclear waste site? Guys, I've grown up next to chemical industry. I made an internship in the chemical industry. Today, I live near the largest chemical production site in the world. Every once in a while, something blows up there, and we're all asked to close the windows and pray that the shit dilutes quickly. If I had to pick one of the two, I'd pick nuclear waste storage any time. But most people don't like to have plutonium in their backyard, and I have some understanding for that. So how do we keep the stuff locked up safely for 100,000 years?
And I think this is also a part of the question and the concerns that people always have, and it's what is played on, right? Because they're like, super toxic, stored forever, it's not safe, it'll leak, right? Look at The Simpsons, is basically what I hear. Yes, this is hard. This is a hard question.
Why don't we just pollute the environment now instead of waiting to do it when the thing breaks?
Exactly. So my thing here is, did people question when we started using coal? No, they just fucking started using it, didn't they? They didn't even question what the fuck it was going to do.
That's not a very good argument, is we'll figure it out as we go.
It's what we've always done. Also, this isn't as we've hold the fuck on. This isn't just coming up now. This is technology older than Israel. So it's not exactly unstudied. We know. The only thing that we haven't figured out is super long-term storage, which can be figured out later. It's already too late to start building nuclear energy, but we should start building it anyway. That's probably the truth, honestly. Like, it's already too late, but better to do it now than to not. Because what else are we going to do? We're going to open more coal plants like China and apparently Albanese is thinking about doing? No, coal mines I think he's opening. China's opening the coal fucking power plants.
It's quite a challenge.
It's ridiculous.
Even written language has only existed for about 5,500 years. God knows what language people will read in 100,000 years, if they're still people and they still read. This question was studied in 1981 by the Human Interference Task Force that was commissioned by the US Department of Energy. Their task was to find a way to warn people of the future of the nuclear waste that was planned to be deposited at Yucca Mountain. It was a team of engineers, anthropologists, nuclear physicists, behavioral scientists, philosophers, and semioticians. That's folks who study science. They came up with some general rules, including that whatever the warning message, it should be read top to bottom and should repeat the message in several different ways. So basically like a storybook for children.
All right, chat, these guys are idiots. How do we actually make a message to people 100,000 years in the future?
Skull and crossbones.
Exactly. How fucking hard was that?
They put a picture of the lungs on the pack.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Then they'll know not to do this drug.
Yes. Or some kind of depiction of dead things. Generally, skull and crossbone works. So why this hard? I agree. Let's put memes.
The semiotician Thomas Seberg had the idea that if the sight can be rendered repulsively malodorous for a lengthy period, that it be at least provisionally...
What the fuck does that mean? Oh my god, it literally make it stinky. Make it smell. Make it stinky. How do you keep people away? Make it stinky. Shit in there. Just put a lot of shit in there.
Keep the Batarians away, you know?
A deterrent against casual exploration. He proposed creating a mythology where the actual truth would be entrusted exclusively to an atomic priesthood and other people are told scary stories. And these weren't even the craziest ideas. A book from 1984 collected contributions from scientists who suggested, among other things, that the exact location of the waste be forgotten and instead only information about the existence of nuclear waste repositories and about methods of measuring radiation be preserved. Others proposed that animals can be bred that will react with discoloration of the skin when exposed. They called them ray cats and proposed that we create proverbs and myths that would tell people if your cat changes color, you're near a dangerous place. I really love how they assumed that in 100,000 years everyone alive would be a complete idiot. In 1993, Sandia National Laboratories published a report with ideas to protect another deep repository in New Mexico. They came up with the idea of a physical language that they thought would be understood by future civilizations.
Oh my God.
Examples of that would
toxic spill. Ignore that, Frank. It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
would be thorns, spikes, and other sharp shapes that may induce uneasiness or fear. They also proposed to draw human faces expressing horror, though the future people might think it's an early munch. In the end, they mostly concluded that the best thing might be to just make sure.
Horrific.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like if people like would be afraid of it, you know, if they didn't know what they were looking at, it would look demonic and shit.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, enough of this.
Famously,
lady.
There's not a lot of conspiracies about the site.
Interesting.
The Dresden Generating Station.
What? God,
I think if anywhere, it would be that place where there's like, you know, it's the fucking Colorado airport because it's got a horse.
Yeah. Okay, first of all,
we headed to the spent fuel pools at Dresden, where highly radioactive fuel rods cool and decay to safe levels after years of geometrically determined placement throughout reactor cores.
Don't talk to me like I'm a baby.
This was my first time seeing real nuclear waste, and my first time seeing the infamous Cherenkov radiation with my own eyes.
When our refueling outage comes, all of this basically gets opened up and it all is connected underwater. We use this bridge to pick up fuel bundles, take it from the reactor, put one in the spent fuel bundles, pool, take one from the spent fuel pool.
Oh my God! Like you're
fuel
telling
bundles.
me that. So what they're telling me is that nuclear energy is so dangerous that you can't live near it. But this lady works here and has a fucking hard hat on.
Yeah, in case you bump your head.
Man, terrifying power production.
Put one back in the reactor. It's not that simple though. There's about 1,000 moves that have to occur to get everything reshuffled and into the right locations. There's always a senior reactor operator on the bridge.
What?
Nuclear bundles.
Uh-huh. What about it?
Nuclear faggot.
Oh.
Controlling all the fuel moves during an outage. So there's actually 3 verifications that occur. The performer, a reactor services individual, and a senior reactor operator make sure that all the fuel is going to where it's supposed to be going.
I don't know if I drink the water, but sure.
As a quick aside,
didn't you hear the last lady? She said don't eat it.
Radioactive stuff, nuclear waste, doesn't glow. Not by itself. The idea that nuclear waste glows green, like in The Simpsons or something, is probably traceable to one of the first popular consumer applications of radiation, Undark, a luminous paint containing radium. The highly radioactive element would energize the zinc sulfide in the paint, which would in turn fluoresce a soon-to-be characteristic green.
Undark.
Undark would light watches, gun sights, and more at the start of the 20th century. That is, before the tragedy of the radium girls that worked with the compound became public, and the use of the
like do glow sights on your gun, you actually use radioactive material.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because they never phased it out because it's all nuclear.
Yes.
The point being that radium doesn't glow green by itself. Nuclear waste doesn't glow. Nuclear fuel doesn't glow.
Behind me, probably one of the most iconic images you can find in any operating nuclear power plant. The spent fuel pool. Behind me, you see fuel rods producing that characteristic blue glow, that Cherenkov.
All right, we get it. Dry cask.
National nuclear plant stores the majority of their waste. Dry casks. When you think about nuclear waste, don't imagine
like this is the main part of his video that I wanted to show here was the dry storage and what he does with it. It's fucking hilarious. But
glowing barrels. Don't imagine green goo. Imagine these. Towering plane and missile strike resistant monoliths of steel and concrete housing waste that has been melted down and frozen in stone.
This is our west pad for our independent spent fuel storage installation. This pad on it has about 71 dry cask assemblies. This one is for units 2 and 3. What we have here, these casks are about 16 feet tall. They hold 68 fuel bundles apiece. So inside of these casks, we have our MPC that actually holds the fuel bundles. We completely dry that out. We put helium inside of it to de-inert it so that there is no oxidation going on. Inside of those fuel assemblies, we put it inside of the...
There you go, inert gases so that there's no oxygen, so that there's no reactions. Man, it almost sounds like the nuclear scientists know what they're fucking doing. And if you open up nuclear energy plants in a country that doesn't have them, you would open up an industry for an entire new sector of science that you could then look at specializing in something that isn't done in the world and actually provide innovation. But I guess we can just continue sucking Gina Reinhardt's fat meaty cock, I guess.
These concrete canisters, which are they're a little under 3 feet thick, and then we put them out on this pad. These pads are designed to hold all of the nuclear fuel for that specific duration of the license. So Unit 1 pad holds all of the fuel for Unit 1. It still has room on it for additional casks. This pad has 13 additional spots available to hold the spent fuel from Unit 2 and Unit 3 for the duration of that license. So with the over 100 nuclear reactors that have been operating since the 70s, if you were to put all the nuclear waste in one location, it would all fit on one football field. So for you and I, the amount of waste that we would generate.
That is quite the statistic. All the nuclear waste could fit on a football field. How many garbage dumps do we have? How many fucking coal mines have destroyed sections of land?
The coal mines reclaim the land and put it all back.
Of course they do. Yeah, that's definitely how it works.
Yeah, it works out.
There definitely wouldn't be any collapses or structural integrity deep within the soil that would create erosion or anything like that. No.
Related to what we would consume in nuclear power generation is equivalent to 1 Coke can. So comparatively, not a lot of waste, especially when you look at some of the other power generation industries.
Would you be worried about living next to any of these casks?
I would not. I would put it in my backyard. I would go right and hug it. They're incredibly safe, low radiation emission. So I would certainly have one in my backyard.
This is where the rubber meets the road when it comes to nuclear waste. I know many of you have an idea in your head that it's some glowing green barrel of goo like you may have seen on The Simpsons. No, though it is still cylindrical, nuclear waste is stored in rock form in these enormous dry casks. Here they can stay for an entire lifetime of a plant, mostly inert, decaying down to the point of harmlessness. There's nothing to leak here. In fact, there hasn't been a single recorded case of nuclear material leaking out of any of these in the United States anywhere ever. When you're talking about robust safety, when you're talking about managing nuclear waste in the correct, safe way, it doesn't get much more straightforward or safe than this. And while we're talking about nuclear waste, think about where nuclear waste is. What Constellation likes to say is that they can account for every neutron. Can you say that for any other industry about anything?
Look, that's
Probably
a pretty
not.
fair point.
Where is the nuclear waste?
That's a pretty fair point. Coal industry would deny that the neutrons are anywhere but in your energy. What do you mean? We didn't pollute the Earth. There's no carbon dioxide produced from burning coal. What are you talking about? Fake.
Waste at a nuclear power plant. It's in the fuel pool. It's right here. Where is the waste from a fossil fuel plant? It's in there. It's in the air. It's in the ground. It's in the water. What about the mercury? It stays toxic forever. Do you know what doesn't stay toxic forever? Decaying nuclear material. When we talk about pollution, we need to have a fact-based conversation about this. Nuclear does produce some pollution. It's all right here, accounted for in casks that could repel basically Superman. Where is all the pollution for the fuel that we are using for the last 100 years? It's in your lungs. It's making your kids' IQs go down. We have to talk more sensibly about pollution if we're all going to get more sensible about how to deal with climate change and our growing energy dependencies.
Yes. Very cool. Didn't it basically fuck an entire generation? Let in everything?
Yeah.
It is not an exaggeration to say that nuclear waste contained within nearly indestructible casks and piled in pools of water cleaner than the water you drink may be the safest waste there is. Used solar panels containing heavy metals live forever and stay toxic forever in landfills. Wind turbine blades too expensive to dismantle are simply buried or incinerated. All of the waste produced in a nuclear power plant's lifetime, in comparison, can live on site, getting less dangerous as it does so. All of the nuclear waste in the world could now easily be buried in a single deep Earth repository, thousands of meters below any water table or geologically active area, if we had the political and public will to do so.
Exactly. It's literally the disinformation around nuclear energy has gotten so bad that literally normal fucking people are vehemently against it for absolutely no reason. And then they blame Chernobyl and disasters. Meanwhile, coal plants are spewing disaster into the atmosphere every fucking day.
But the coal keeps me warm.
I wouldn't be able to make a point like this if it weren't true. No, literally. There are armed guards and a public relations team
Hello.
on the other side of the camera.
New person. Hi. He played Atomic Heart? Oh, that's right. He plays games. Yes, he does play games. We're just finishing up a stream at the moment. Just sort of doing a little rundown on nuclear energy because I've been annoyed at some people being anti-environmentalism by being anti-nuclear. So decided to put some videos that are good resources out.
Right now. The relative safety of nuclear waste is both theoretically and practically proven. And if you still don't believe me about that, my tour of the Dresden generating station was my first of a power plant that hadn't exploded. And it's now even more clear to me that nuclear disasters, like the many I have featured on this channel, are the exception, not the rule. Modern nuclear technology is extremely robust, redundant, and safe. It's only when human error combines with poor and/or flawed design that you get a Chernobyl, Fukushima, or 3 Mile Island. I would not say that nuclear power will solve all our energy problems, and it can't be the only solution to climate change. And it has its own economic and political challenges, though many of those are easier than they seem. But I will say that opposition to nuclear power that relies on arguments about the safety of nuclear waste, specifically, is misinformed at best, and monetarily or emotionally motivated at worst. I walk through exclusion zones, eat Fukushima sushi, and literally kiss nuclear waste containers, not because of some weird obsession or fetish, though I know some of you probably think that at this point, and yes, I did ask Resin if I could swim in the nuclear fuel pool. I do all this to prove...
I actually believe that he would. I totally believe that he did ask them that. Whether it was like a facetious sort of, could you swim in it kind of question, or like a serious, can I swim in it?
On camera.
Huh?
Pretty sure he asked it on camera.
Oh, did he? That's funny. Anyway, it is... I have very limited time, so I think we'll call it there.
You didn't even play the best nuclear person.
What, this one?
You did this whole thing about nuclear. Yeah, she rules.
Selena, you're friendly.
Fine. I'm gonna.
Are still causing
we'll skip through it because this is a tier list of nuclear energy myths.
She's literally a nuclear scientist, unlike everyone else.
Inside the reactor. Therefore, the reactor needs to be cooled down for quite some time for the fuel to be basically not so hot.
That's fine.
To handle, in order for it to be removed from the reactor, put in the storage pools, and then the rest of the reactor can be decontaminated and dismantled and so on and so forth. So all the reactors can never be turned off. It is a little bit of an overstatement of the situation, but at the same time, it has some truth to it, what I explained right now. So I think we're going to go with B tier. I think B tier is good for this one. Cell phone radiation. Cell phone radiation. I'm assuming this from your comments is the fact that the cell phones are basically emitting radiation towards us and the environment, which is harmful. Well, the statement itself is factual, is actually true. So there is an amount of radiation. It's not the radiation that comes out of nuclear power plants or something like that. Is another type of radiation, which is a more low frequency radiation that comes out of the cell phones. And this is because they need to connect with the providers and the different carriers in order for your phone to have signal or Wi-Fi or whatever. However, it hasn't really been any strong links that associate this type of radiation with health issues. Even though people do believe that long exposure into this kind of radiation can have side effects and can cause issues, there is not really a scientific link that connects the two of them. So I would say that I'm sort of in the middle with this one, and that's why I will put it into C tier. Okay, moving on to the next one. Living near an entity, nuclear power plant.
Busy as
so living near nuclear power
is being a real nuclear scientist, and I need to do a YouTube video energy.
Plant equals to future death. So basically, if you live next to a power plant,
is this your newest video?
You will probably die because of that, like as an association to the power plant. Come on, guys.
There's like videos where she teaches you how to actually do nuclear fusion and stuff.
That's great. I was specifically looking for myths and like nuclear energy stuff. So
Oh
this is
yeah,
the
all
first
her
one that came
video
up.
is all her videos. She talks about myths.
Have been watching my videos, you know that this
She also does
is
like
a definite,
you know how
let's
like the
say,
Legal Eagle made it popular to do the legal breakdown of how many
Yes.
laws are broken on shit.
Mhm.
So she'll do that, but with like nuclear energy.
Oh, interesting.
And like so like she did the watch of the fallout just to talk about all this nuclear
Yeah, I
stuff
did.
in
I did see
Fallout.
that. I did see that one, which is kind of interesting. I did see those videos.
But you know,
A
she'll
tier
also
to say the
play
least.
games and stuff that feature
Yeah.
nuclear energy and talk about it.
Okay.
the reason why it's not in the S tier
Which is-
because
and, you
is the
know,
fact that
I
of course
still,
if
I
there
still, you know, I don't know. Maybe if you email her, if
I
you
already
can
have.
email her, yeah.
Could
Too
email
big
her
time
again.
for us still.
would be an accident or something that is out of the ordinary that could happen, it would possibly lead to some radiation leak, which could potentially affect the people that live nearby and have health consequences, which could lead to death. Yes, but at the same time, the chances of this happening nowadays is so thin and incredibly slim that it will probably never happen. Therefore, just saying it out there as a statement, it is not really factual. You cannot just say it like that without providing context. So moving on to the next one. Nuclear power plant causes nuclear explosion, equals nuclear explosion. So this is an interesting one. If we say nuclear power plant meltdown, so reactor core meltdown basically equals a nuclear explosion, this is untrue. There is no statement or scientific evidence.
We know from the multiple meltdowns that have happened that this is in fact not what happens. The radiation continues.
You picked her like lowest effort video, man.
That's fine. I had a very specific point to make about this topic, and the two videos that I showed covered that point. I had other ones, and then I had one about the bomb and Godzilla, but we ran out of time.
That could ever show you that the way a nuclear explosion, a nuclear bomb works is not the same way that a reactor works, and you would not be able to basically cause an explosion from the reactor because of the inherent safety features that the reactor has that would not allow it by laws of physics to actually go into this kind of state. However,
oh my god. Look at these ones.
Yeah, look. See, if you just went to her channel first,
I don't care. I
You could
don't care.
have done the reaction meta, and we could have had a
don't
reaction
care.
section. All right, go fuck yourself then. I won't talk anymore. How about that?
It's ironic because you say I don't care to me all the time, but I
Bro,
say
I'm
it
just
once and
trying
you
to
crack
tell
the
you
shit.
something, and you're just fucking just
Yes,
being
I
an
had a
asshole.
point. I wanted to do this.
Okay. I won't talk anymore.
Like, all you do is fucking criticize the choices that I make.
I won't talk anymore.
Anyway, I'm over it. I'm done. I'm very pushed for time, so stream is done. I think nobody's watching anyway, so all right. Bye.